AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise my name. Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
All right, so we ended abruptly, like I was saying, and we didn't get to the meat and potatoes. But since we have Z in the building, hold up. Working a song for Z. Where's my song at? Z, did you hear my song? What is this? I got mad different things open on my screen. Hold up. Let me find this song, Z. Yeah. Hold up. Okay.
Oh, yeah, feliz Navidad. Feliz Año Nuevo. Yeah. We got another chance to get it in. Get it in. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Año Nuevo. Whoa. We got another chance to get it in. Get it in. Bring it back again. Some of us was enemies, some of us was friends. Some work, some spent. Either way, we got another chance to get it in. Out of that mud, out of that jam, whole crew locked in. We don't move for the ground. Live up, read the books, let it soak in. Numbers on my mind while the snow still thin. Work smarter, not harder, that's facts. But you gotta get smarter to start breaking your back. Numbers on the plug, boxes in the den. And get a kingpin, blueprint with the pen. Hit the link, do your thing then. Turn a side hustle to a real win. New year, new bag, that's the plan. But the grind same way, I'ma stand where I stand. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Año Nuevo. We got another chance to get it in. Get it in, get it in, get it in. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Año Nuevo. We got another chance to get it in. Get it in, get it in, get it in. Cold night, porch light, truck at the gate. Labels on the floor, pack the pain, shipped away. Cousin on the line, talking bro, what's next? Told him read one page, then we talk about checks. Family in the kitchen, rice on the stove. Vision on 100 while the year's still cold. Some was lost, some was blend. I'ma flip both sides, make it all a sin. Police on my mind, but I'm counting these flows. Every bar cold like a brick of egos. Hit the link, do your thing, let it spin. Don't watch them, let it start from within. Calendar flip, but the clock don't stop. Same four corners trying to push to the top. If you breathing, you can still double in. We got another chance. Get it in.
Okay. All right. Exactly. Now, I'm sure we got other people that listen that speak Spanish. All right. But we got to get to work, right? So we ended abruptly yesterday, and we didn't get to the nitty gritty, right? So what we were talking about yesterday was body waves. We were talking about body waves and the relationship of body waves to brain waves. And so we were talking about brain waves being neuron activity, right? And then we were expounding on Dag, I didn't even press the music button. My bad. We was expounding on the network, right? We were expounding on the network in terms of all of the different types of cells that your body has to interpret various forms of energy, whether that's light, whether that's sound. Wow, I didn't even put bone, right? I didn't even put bone. I should have put bone up here, right? Can y'all see down this far? Right? I should have put bone and then crystals. Right? Bone and crystals. All right. So your nerves in your body have a much wider network of cells to actually absorb information from, right? So remember, we talked about energy being information 1,000 times, right? but your nerves have a much wider network that they're connected to. And that is the key piece in terms of body waves. The key piece in terms of body waves is, again, the nerves are disrespected. The nerves are disrespected, undervalued. Fill in more adjectives that mean the same thing. Fill in more adjectives that mean the same thing, right? And so all of these different types of cells are interpreting, again, light, sound, electrical signals, movement, vibration, pressure. And pressure, movement, vibration, sound, those are kind of all the same thing being said different ways, but it's cool because somebody may need to hear it a different way, right? Magnetism, electricity, electrostatic, kinetic energy, like whatever you can think of in the energy space, right? Whatever you can think of in the energy or the movement space, there's a wide variety of cells that are designed specifically to absorb that energy, gauge that energy, and then translate that energy into information for the nerves. And the same way in your brain, you have patterns of energy and information converted to waves. You have that in your body. You have that in your body. The human body would not have come this far if there was not a capable network of interpreting the energy coursing through the body. This is a very potent and prime way that your body is able to communicate with you, right? You need to be able to understand emotion or feeling as communication, right? Emotion, feeling as communication, right? So again, for all of the 27-minute people, right? I got to write that down and start making that like a phrase. The 27-minute people, right? For all of the 27-minute people. And who are the 27-minute people? On my YouTube page, there's an average. So the average attention span on my YouTube page is 27 minutes. So YouTube suggests that I stop making long videos and only make videos that are 27 minutes. What do y'all think about that in the chat? In the chat, do y'all think that I should stop making long videos that are 30 minutes or longer and only do 27-minute videos? I'm going to take that as a yes. Nah. Yeah, YouTube is wild. They're like, yeah, 27 minutes. That's the length of the time that people is paying attention. All right. So now that we got that straightened out, right? Now that we got that straightened out, where should I go next? Because see, what's going to happen is the 27-minute people is probably going to miss this little thing on the board right here, right? And this is kind of important. Chemoreceptors, mechanoreceptors, nociceptors, globins, opsins, melanocytes, bone cells, crystals, all connecting to nerves, along with every other type of cell that I did not get in this list. This is what the regular cells are for. right? That's why the regular cells are listed there, right? Because the regular cells are reporting energy to the nerve about themselves. The regular cell is talking about itself, right? So the regular cell is reporting energy status to the nerves about what's going on inside it with mitochondria, microtubules, whatever, right? NRF2 behavior, all of that stuff, your cells are reporting through the nerves, sending that information to the heart and the brain at all times, right? These cells are sending that information as well as energy information, which is also information. Right? Nah, I can't. There's no way for me to do it separate. Yeah, there's no way for me to do it separate. Like that would require hours and time that I don't have to do 27-minute video for YouTube and then a long form video for Patreon. What happens instead is we do these videos on YouTube, they be up here for a little while and then they vanish, right? So at some point this weekend, there's going to be a mass exodus of videos from YouTube and people is going to be like, yo, Inky, all your videos disappeared. No, they didn't. They on the Patreon. So the last month or so of lives is going to vanish and go on to the Patreon for the paid Patreon members. Because I get people that ask me that also. They be like, yo, I'm on the Patreon. I don't see nothing. Like, yeah, because you're not really on Patreon. You just clicked on my name and looked up. You got to be a paid member on the Patreon and you see all the stuff. So yeah, I'm about to put everything over there. You know what I'm saying? But it really takes me like that. That's one of my goals. You know what I'm saying? I was talking about that with my partner. Yeah, she was asking me similar questions. You know what I'm saying? And so when I get like an editing team, because that's what it is. Most YouTube people are teams. Most YouTube platforms have a team of people that's just doing like the content and grabbing the video, chopping up the video and all of that kind of stuff. There's a team of people doing that, right? I haven't been able to find anybody to grab these videos and chop them up. You know what I'm saying? Now there's a program that I have that can take a long video. It costs though. It's kind of expensive, but it'll take your long video and chop it up into like short videos, right? So it'll take it and chop it up into short videos, but I haven't really experimented with it creating like 20 to 30 minute videos. I got to experiment with, you know what? I'm going to experiment with that. That's a vibe. Let me see. Let me stop what we're doing right now. And I'm going to see if I could do that. That's a very good idea. Let me see.
You need that D, yeah. D with that blue magic. You need that D with that blue magic. You need that D with that blue magic. Theology in a bottle. Calcium electric, I'm magnetic. Your kidney electric, your liver magnetic. I'm talking kinetic. That deep put God in the flesh. That deep put God in the flesh. Say it. Electrons in your bones, stay high on that blue magic brain glow set. Dopamine flow, genes mode activate, orally. Fall, all spirit low, chakra, Inky the doctor. Ancient physics streaming on the product. The ketamine, ancient chemistry, biblical fact. Bring it back from the scroll to the lab, from the text to the trap, yeah.
ride with it. Cash up, super chest on Carter, J school. Yeah, run it up, run it up, run it up. Cash up, super chest on Carter, J school. Hey, tap in, let's go. Cash up, super chest on Carter, J school. Send that love, that love. Cash up, super chest on Carter, J school. Hit a like button, send those viral. Typing in the chat, that's tribal. Support the latest cycle. Run it back, flip that title. Subscribe, join the Patreon, level up tiers. Hit the website, we been grinding for a year. Get a bush, that brain, and the bank gets bigger. Copy the URL, make the shares go quicker. Posting on your socials, tag that name. One little share, whole feed in flame. Catch them on the screen, up in that frame. Super chat lit, that's jet fuel flame. Cash out, super chest on Carter, just go. Send that love. Cash up, super chest on Carter, just go. Just go, let's go. Just go, just go. Come to my YouTube page, don't lag. Bell on locked in, that's swag. Chat going crazy, whole squad in the back. We teaching, we joking, we talk real fast. Linking them ball, you know that code. One click, whole tribe in go mode. From the couch to the glow, that how we roll. Turn views in the fam, that's get screw go, yeah. Cash up, super chest on Carter, J school. Send that love, that love. Cash up, super chest on Carter, J school. J school, J school, J school.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon. Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Okay, I'm waiting for this update to finish, and then I'm gonna find out right now. Yeah, we're about to find out right now. So now let's see if I drop this in here. All right, so we're gonna run it up. All right, let me see. We gonna try this out. All right, yep. It's costing me 300 credits to try this out. Yeah, we're gonna try this out. Shout out to Jack. All right, so Chew, just know I'm on this side quest mission because you said so. Because Chew said so, we on the side mission. That's what I do. I crashes out for the Patreon members. All right. So while I'm on the crash out mission for Chew, right? We had a few people tap in just a second ago. So here's where we at. We at the body waves, right? We're talking about how your regular body cells send information 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to the nerves about the energy status of what's going on, them and them alone, while we have large groups of other cells, right, that send energy and information to the nerves, not just about what's going on with them individually, but what's happening wherever they are, right? What's happening in their general area of the body, right? So right now, right here in my arm, right, is nothing really pretty much going on, except that now that I have my arm raised, there's a slightly higher demand on energy for specific muscle groups, like whatever muscle groups are responsible for me to hold my arm out like this, right? So there's some muscle groups in here. There's some stuff around behind, you know, so there's some backs, there's some shoulder. There's a bunch of different muscle groups, even some pectoral, right? Even down into the lat area. There's a bunch of different muscles that are activated when I hold out. So all of these cells have to now start talking, right? Because they all require more energy, metabolism, more blood flow, and they need the blood flow because they need the oxygen to break down whatever carbohydrates and fat they're converting to do this work, right? Remember, energy, we talked about yesterday, energy, the ability to do work, right? So now that's a conversation that has to be had. It begins in this area, but the conversation quickly travels all around the body. Now, when I do this, right, that's a whole nother conversation generated, right? That's a whole nother conversation generated because now they got to figure out, wait a minute, that was a sharp pain slash pressure slash dense touch slash. All of that information also has to be translated. And so now not only energy and stuff is going on, but then whatever repair is needed for whatever that punch did, you know, like maybe some cytokines or whatever has to, right? All of these are the type of conversations that's happening at all times. YouTube is honest. They keep track of this. Unfortunately, Z, I have to say, unfortunately, you are 10,000% correct. If YouTube says that 90% of my followers are airheads, well, but the problem is this. The problem is this. And so here's how YouTube, this is something I recently figured out with YouTube. And I need y'all to support me on these things. Like, y'all have the power to fix these things. I recently found out that YouTube is not one YouTube page. Like, when you have a YouTube page, it's not one page, right? When you have a YouTube page, you actually have multiple pages, right? All integrated into one platform. So that's why there's a difference between page and platform, right? So let me pull up my page and show you what I'm saying. Let me pull up my page and show you what I'm saying. Okay, here we go, right? Boom. So let's go here, right? Can y'all see that? Okay, cool. All of these are different pages, right? Videos is a different page. Shorts is a different page. Lives is a different page. Playlist is a different page. Post is a different page. Your home page kind of just advertises, you know, stuff from all of these different pages, but you technically got 5 different pages. That's why if you notice some of the really big platforms, they don't have all of those selections, right? There's some really big page, like 1 million subscribers, whatever. They only have videos. They don't even have a tab on their page for lives or this or that. They just have home and videos, right? So that they're focusing their algorithm strictly on one thing. So what happens is YouTube builds all of those individually. So when you look at your subscribers, right? And we finally got 4,000 subscribers, right? But those 4,000 subscribers are like 90% built on this type of video, long form live videos. They're not on shorts, and they're not on pre-edited uploads, right? Which is what those would be. Like if I cut the video and put it over there, or like when I upload music, those go into the video space, right? Or when I upload a short, those go into the short, you know what I'm saying? So your subscribers don't actually like just spread out for everything, because they got to choose a limited number of notifications, and they only send out like a certain percentage to your subscriber people. Unless like right now you in the gray area where they're not sending out no notifications. Your subscribers will be notified about the content relative to them that they come to your channel for. So if they come to your channel for lives and they subscribed from watching a live, chances are they're never going to get the notifications for shorts or for videos. So even when I cut down the long videos and put up a quick 20-minute version or 30-minute version or whatever, 15 people or 100 people, you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't do the same numbers as the live, because I may only have, you know, X amount of people that watch my, you know, preloaded, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So, and it's not, you know, I'm still with the, you know, with all the smoke or whatever the case may be. I'm still going to do all of those things, because now knowing that, some people's solution to that is to create separate pages for everything. So they'll create a page for their long videos. They'll create another page for their shorts, another page for this or that. For me, understanding how the YouTube is built now, it doesn't make sense to create a bunch of separate pages. If you're going to build it up, you might as well just build it all up on one platform, the way YouTube is designed to work. You know what I'm saying? It's designed for you to build up all of those different things and have them all come into one space. It just, for people with their page monetized that make a living off YouTube, it's just easier and faster to build it up. And I'm not even sure if it's easier and faster. I think it's a perception thing. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a perception thing. But so, you know, people just prefer to do it the other way. You know what I'm saying? But it's just a matter of starting from, like, you can have 1 million subs if you put out a video. You basically starting from zero to build that up, because you done use that aspect of your platform. Yeah. Right. That's how people would normally do it, but it takes just as long to build up 3 individual pages as it does to build up the 3 individual things under one heading. You know what I'm saying? So you might as well just suffer in the beginning and build it out, and, you know, let it, you know. So we're gonna run it up. We right now I'm working on this thing. It says 22 minutes. It says 22 minutes. And I'm going to have some 10, 15, 20-minute clips. We're going to see how these clips come out. Yeah, it does pretty good with the short clips. I don't know if y'all watch the shorts. You know what I'm saying? But it does pretty good with the short clips. Sometimes the short clips are like gobbledygook, but, you know, the margin of error is not that bad. You know what I'm saying? But some of them are just like, what is that? What is that? That was like 30 seconds of like, what was that? You know what I'm saying? But some of them are pretty good. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to see how it does with the larger segments. But yeah, it's just a matter of building it up. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I need, you know, people to get better at sharing the content. And maybe that'll make it easier for y'all to share it on y'all other pages, because I know y'all have more than YouTube. I know y'all got TikToks, Facebooks, IGs, whatever. Right? So anyway, That's the locker room huddle for the day. We was in the locker. That was a board meeting. that was our board meeting for today. Who got the minutes? Who got the minutes? Tika, you got the minutes? Where is Tika? Tika somewhere. We don't know where Tika at. First minister is supposed to have the minutes to the meeting. Right? All right. So anyway, we got this idea. Hopefully we got the idea. If not, tough. You got the video up here, right? So we can always rewind the video. Or who knows, we'll start making these short videos, and the short videos will be popping. Right? And we'll be doing short videos for 2026. Right? Who knows? The short videos might start popping. We're going to have to thank Chew. We're going to have to thank Chew. Right? All right. So here's another thing that we need to get going forward, though. Right? And I don't know how long I'm going to have to drill this in. All right. Fields feel. Fields feel. Fields do not touch. Touch is feel. I know that just got very gobbledygookish or complicated. One of the two. Either you looked at me just do that and go, that was stupid, or that's complicated. I'm cool with both interpretations. Right? Years ago, I had a debate about this when that movie, What the Bleep came out. I wonder how long ago that movie came out. When did that movie come out? What the Bleep? You know what I'm talking about? Who knows about What the Bleep? Who watched that? What the Bleep? Let me see. What year did that come out? 2004. Wow. That's crazy. I've been doing this a long time. Jesus. Okay, so if you haven't seen the movie What the Bleep, right? Here's What the Bleep. This is old school, though. This is old school at this point. But it would be dope for y'all to watch it. This would be dope for y'all to watch it. If you've never seen this, you should probably check this out. Yeah, I would bring it up, but I'm already hot. I can't do no strikes right now. I'm hot right now. I can't do no strikes in 2026. Right? But when that movie came out, one of the concepts that they were talking about, and back in 2004, this was revolutionary, like brand new. You know, they were just dropping new quantum mechanic related concepts on the masses. That's what the purpose of that film was for. In 2004, it's now more than 20 years later. That's crazy. That is crazy. It's now more than 20 years later, though, and we're having this conversation, right? People still haven't really metabolized it. And largely because people don't think things are relevant. If you scroll through YouTube or social media, you'll see what people think is relevant, right? The fact that Tory Lanez made $1 million in 57 seconds tells you what people think is relevant. right? Tory Lanez making $1 million in 57 seconds is a big conversation right now, right? For a couple of reasons, right? The majority of people are discussing Tory Lanez making $1 million in 57 seconds because now, mind you, most people don't even know that 57 is a very special number. 57 is a very special number. 57 is 19 times 3, right? It's 19 times 3. If you know anything about the Quran, you know the 19. Anyway, 57 is a special number. We wrote about that in one of these books. It's 57 is in one or two of these books here. It might be in the GOAT book where we break it down and explain it. I think it might be in the GOAT book. But that's a very specific number. And it goes all the way back. You know, it goes all the way back to Kemet if I'm talking about it, right? You know, Kemet is somehow involved. Kemet, Masonry. Kemet and Masonry. Man, I think it is in this book. It might not be in this book, though. It might be in the second part. It might be in the Heru, the Horus and Set transaction. Where's that book at? No, this ain't the right one. No, this is the right one. I don't know. It's in one of these books. Or a couple of them, actually. Yeah, it's somewhere in a couple of these books. Right? Where we talk about the Nihilus, and the Triple Tau. But anyway, the reason why people are talking about Tory Lanez making that money in 57 seconds, most of the people, is because they're saying that the music industry, through Jay-Z and Megan Thee Stallion and all that, they set up Tory to go to prison because he found the loophole of the music industry. He found the loophole, and before he got to share it with everybody else, they needed to teach him a lesson and shut it down at the same time, right? So he turned his album into an NFT that he owned 100% of the rights and the masters to, and dropped it online and made $1 million in 57 seconds. And then instantly, boop, he's where he is now, right? And then he gets stabbed 14 times, right? So 57 seconds, right? 57 seconds and then 14, right? They're just numbers. I just pay attention to the numbers. So anyway, right? 14, right? But so there's that. Then you got some of the financial people talking about it because he did his thing with the NFT. So they're talking about that or whatever the case may be. But most of the people are talking about Papoose making, like gay content with 50 Cent and blah, 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 blah. So nobody's really addressing like what we're talking about. the fabric of the universe and all that. Nobody cares about the diabetes rates and the heart disease. And like nobody's interested in that. Okay, so we got 3, 6, 12, 18. We got 21 videos. I just ran the experiment. All right. We got 21 videos, and the videos are about 12 minutes each. The videos are about 12 minutes each. So we will see how this goes. Let's take a look at one of these videos. Let me see if I can download the video. Boom. We're going to watch one of these videos and see how it looks. Okay. So the video is not even downloading. All right. Interesting. Let's see if this thing is going to work. All right. So I guess we got to wait on that. While we wait on that, right? Anyway. So what we're doing is sub pop culture, right? What we're doing is sub pop culture. That movie back in 2004 was designed to get some science-y concepts out into the pop culture, and the conversation may have lasted for a couple weeks and people's minds went on to the next, whatever the next thing was, right? But one of the concepts that they were talking about was touching, right? Touching. And our concept of touching and the reality of touching, right? Because we think that, like, when we put our hands together, our hands actually come in contact with each other. But that is not actually true. There is just a very finite, very, very finite space that we can't discern with the eyes that limits, right, our hands, from like going one through another, right? But every atom, and so every compound and molecule made out of atoms has a very small force field around it, which things cannot penetrate or go through or around, right? Without some other stuff going on, right? For the most part, right? Just follow, right? And so what we interpret as the feeling of touch is really just energy and information being interpreted on whatever that item is that we're coming in contact with, right? But the coming in contact is not, see, it's hard to even discuss it without words overlapping. But the contact is not that two things actually come into touch with each other. It's at a certain point, their energy fields, stop the other one in its tracks, right? It's almost like when you hold your hands like this really closely, after a while, you can feel the energy from one hand on the other without actually putting them together. You can just feel it. If you rub your hands together, you can get the effect a little bit faster. Okay, hold up. We got a video. Now let's see what this video do. Okay. So there goes problem number one. There goes problem number one. So that wouldn't even make sense because I'm not sure if anybody wants to watch videos that are skinny, right? I don't know if people want to watch these type of videos that long. Me, I don't believe in coincidences, right? So in order to understand the circle, are interwoven. It's to be the 7 days of creation. 22 over 7. You do the dots. We learn the point. Okay, yeah. And it is a very specific version of pi because most of us are familiar with this from school. 3.14, blah, blah, blah. Right? This is actually called. All right, so that's the issue right there is that I think it only does those type of, oh, you know what? That's funny because I do see a lot of people on YouTube. Wait a minute. I do see a lot of people on YouTube that has long, skinny videos. I see a lot of people on YouTube with long, and when I say long, that sounded crazy, pause. But I do see a lot of people on YouTube that have that video and it's 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Let me find out they're using the same program. That's exactly what that is, right? But I don't know if I can get landscape. I don't know if I can get landscape. Let me see something. Okay. I think I can do it. But I don't think I'm going to do it on that same video, seeing as now I done already spent like $10 on that video. So we're going to have to put those clips up, right? But I think I just figured out something. So you got to pay to learn, right? So that was an expensive lesson that might lead to something good, right? I learned that it does have the default setting of vertical videos, but there's like a process that you can go through to change the default setting to landscape. Go to Twitch. I don't know what I would be doing on Twitch, right? What would I be doing on Twitch? I don't even know how Twitch works. Doesn't Twitch erase your videos? Okay, that's wild that my name is. My name is already taken on there. Yo, my name is already taken on there. All right. Now I got a Twitch. Now I got a Twitch. I don't know what to do with it though. Post those vids on YouTube. Well, if I did Twitch, it would be live at YouTube at the same time. But I guess it could be a different audience that I open up. Yeah, I guess I could. But my name is already used up on there. I tried to open up with Inky. They said somebody got that name. Dr. Inky, somebody got that name. So I had to start with the real Dr. Inky. The real Dr. Inky. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll figure out what to do at some point later on. Yeah, I'll figure out what to do later on at some point. You know what I'm saying? But good looking for that. Matter of fact, I should be writing this stuff down because I'll forget. I will forget. The real Dr. Inky. Twitch. And start. What is that thing? Rumble? Somebody said I need to do a Rumble. I might as well do Rumble while I'm at it. Anyway, atoms and things made out of atoms do not touch each other. Let's get back to work. Atoms and things made out of atoms do not touch each other, right? Atoms and things made out of atoms do not touch each other, right? Because think about what touching actually would mean. Touching would mean that there's somehow something solid somewhere, and technically there's not. Atoms are made of things that are not actual things, which is why the only way you can describe those things is with functions of potential. Functions of potential, right? Not necessarily a concrete thing to touch, right? So things that are not made out of, right? What you just have is a dense, you have dense energy. And those fields repel each other when they get too close. That repelling, right, is what we term feeling, right? The ability to sense energy is what feeling is, right? And this is very important for us to move into 2026 at another level with the health space, right? Very important. It seems a little abstract now when we start wrestling with these concepts. But as you know, once we get back to business, all of these concepts is going to just like, they're going to slip right in. Yeah, they're just going to slip right in. You're going like, oh, got it, right? So being able to listen to our body is very important. The thing is, we don't learn that in the health space. We don't really learn listening to our body in the health space. We learn listening to our body in other spaces, which are plagued with gobbledygook, right? So in order to learn about listening to your body, chances are you don't went down chakra road, right? Chances are you don't went down chakra road. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm still posting them. I definitely appreciate you. Twitch will get you more looks. We're going to see. We're going to see, especially thanks to D Nice, right? But we got to get this concept down because this is happening. This is happening inside your body, right? And we don't really need weird conversations to get in the way and cloud our understanding of what is actually going on in here, right? We really need to have real conversations. Yeah, chakra road. That's chakra road is definitely where they go. They're going down chakra. That listen, 40 years like Nature Boy. 40 years for chakras. And boy got 40 years in prison for chakras. Crazy. And 40 years is a biblical number. 40 years is a biblical number. I don't know, I'll just be paying attention to some of these numbers. It's very interesting, right? So try to download this and wrestle with the concept, right? Wrestle with the concept because this is kind of, when I was saying the other day, if you want to really break your brain, think about the fact that two fields, right? Two fields create light. The two fields creating light don't actually come in contact with each other. Remember, just fields. These fields create something that is strange in and of itself, right? Light is very strange. Light by itself is a strange thing, right? All right, let me put this back. Boom. And then let's go back over here. And let's just quickly let's see what the Google demons say about light. Right? Just so we could get this right here is probably one of the craziest, creepiest. This right here is probably one of the creepiest things of all time. This right here is probably one of the creepiest things of all time. Light has no mass. And over the years of them wrestling with it, they have slipped in little disclaimers to change the answer slightly over time. So now you see it says 0 rest mass, right? That has changed over time, right? But anyway, light has zero rest mass, meaning it doesn't have mass when stationary, but it does possess energy and momentum, allowing it to exert force and be affected by gravity by bending space-time, not by being pulled like massive objects. Because they are massless, photons must travel at the speed of light in a vacuum, and they carry momentum, which gives them a sort of effective mass when trapped, but no rest mass. Okay, now hold on. We're going to go deeper, but I got instant questions. Does an electric field have mass? In physics, an electric field does not have mass as an inherent object, but it possesses energy, which contributes to the total mass of a system according to the principle of mass energy equivalence. Okay, so do y'all get that? Electric fields do not have mass, but mass is made out of electric fields. Blood clot, no blood clot play. All right, so let's do this again. Right? Let's do this again and see what lovely answer we get. Okay. Switch the question up a little bit. A magnetic field does not have rest mass, but it does possess energy, which acts as effective mass according to Einstein's mass energy equivalence. Because magnetic fields store energy, they contribute to the total inertial mass of any system containing them. Right. So pretty much same answer. A magnetic field does not have mass, but mass is composed of a magnetic field, right? Or magnetic energy, right? So that is the thing that is the hardest part of the concept to get, right? Mass is what makes up matter. Mass and matter have this. Let's just go here. It's not exactly a paradox. It gets simplified once you digest a couple of these key pieces. Yeah, once you digest this, it gets simplified. Right? Once you get this part right here, it gets simplified because energy could pack into a space. And the more energy is packed into that space, right, the more matter, the more mass is there. So mass is almost like a calculation of energy. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to our guy Kevo with the double, with the share, with the sharing the videos and all that. All right, mass and matter are related but distinct concepts. Matter, a physical substance or material, a quantifiable property or characteristic. So mass is a quantifiable property or characteristic. Matter is a physical substance. Get it? Physical substances have quantifiable properties and characteristics. Matter, usually visible. Mass, invisible. It is a numerical value. Matter can change form. Mass, generally constant for an object, excluding relativistic effects. The reason why it's normally constant for an object is because an object is matter. And matter is mass locked into form, locked into a specific geometry, right? Measurement, identified by its composition, atoms and particles, measured in kilograms, right? So it's about the density of what's happening here. So you need this to define this. And pretty much everything over here, you need to define everything over here. So this is where it gets, you got to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs with these things. Okay, so electric fields don't have mass. Magnetic field doesn't have mass. A light doesn't have mass. Right? Let me say light, photon, stream of photons, right? Stream of photons. The same word is used for both, right? Light. Light describes a photon, but it also describes a flow of photons, right? So no mass, no mass, right? No mass, no mass, right? So there's really not a possibility of touching. Even when you get to solid objects, the solid objects have a space, right? In physics, whether atoms touch depends entirely on your definition of the word. In the traditional sense of hard surfaces making contact, the answer is no. But in terms of quantum interaction, they touch constantly. And so this is why I said fields feel they don't touch, but touching is feeling. So it seems like that don't make sense, because if this equals this and this is not this, then how could this be this? That goes against the if P then Q ideology, right? But it's because there is a nuanced definition of this and a nuanced definition of this, which define the interactions of this, because this is all there is. This is all there is, right? This is really all there is. And the thing is, we have that. We have that, right? That is what the mind is. The mind is there. Your mind is here. Your mind is in this space, which is why we have complicated machinery, big magnetic whoozy-doozies, right? To read some of the activity going on in the brain. Because what's going on in the brain is processing the mind. And so you need a big machine that's able to read fields. Because there's one level of activity where they could just take x-rays and they can look at tangible matter, They can look at matter. They can look at the brain matter, the fat and the neurons. They can look at these things, the arachnoid space and all that. They can see these things. But the only thing you get looking at that is different flashes of electricity going all over the place. It's not coherent. It's not like tangible. In order to make sense of the activity of the brain, they need instruments designed for field interpreting, right? So one of the things we talk about in the new book is the skin machine, right? The skin machine. We know of the skin machine as a lie detector test, right? We know of the skin machine as a lie detector test, right? And we have to be able to fit that into our timeline. We have to be able to fit that into our timeline. That's why some of these books have so much utility even outside of what it is that we're doing with them. Right? If you have the book, you should open the book. If you don't have the book, go to Amazon and get this book. Right? I think is this book, Black's Anatomy, the original Black's Anatomy book. Now we have a whole catalog of Black's Anatomy book. Okay, yeah, it's in the Black's Anatomy book, right? Go in the Black's Anatomy book, and when you go in the Black's Anatomy book, right, we have a few different places where we have our timelines outlined. Right. And it is going to be interesting. What's up, Paul? We ain't see you in a minute. No, similar to the EEG machine. But no, I'm talking about the lie detector for skin electricity. I can definitely do that. I just got to figure out how to set that up to make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like I got to figure out what it will cost me to get from, say, for instance, where I live at to Chicago, inexpensive. What would the mechanics be in terms of, you know, can I get me a bus or plane ticket? Because Chicago's right there. So can I get me a bus or plane ticket that puts me there in the morning, do the event, and then leave that same night, right? Or do I get a one bus, one plane, or do I, you know what I'm saying? Or do I have to get a hotel room, and what's the mechanics for, you know, like what does that look like and how does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? And then obviously, how would I promote in Chicago to get that to pop off? And I'm just using Chicago as an example. It could be Philly, it could be Dallas, it could be wherever. You know what I'm saying? But then I would have to make sure that there's enough people that's going to be there at the book signing for it to make sense. Because I don't think there's a way you make money from Barnes and Nobles. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't sell tickets to Barnes and Nobles. I can't be like, yo, $10, you know, we're going to get, you know, to the Barnes and Nobles. We're going in. It's going to be a crazy lecture. Woo, woo, woo. We would have to do something separate. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm sure I could sell tickets like some, you know, like send me a Cash App or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure there's a way we could do it, but not the traditional way, where you're you got to pay to get access into the venue. You know what I'm saying? Technically, when you do a book signing in Barnes and Nobles, it's open to anybody in Barnes and Nobles. So people just will have to show up and they in the event. You know what I'm saying? Whether I'm breaking stuff down or teaching something, whatever or not, you know, there's no way to really bar people from the event. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure there's a way, and I'm going to find that way. Yes, and maybe not necessarily promoters in every city, but somebody would have to be wherever they want me to come with some people. Like, you know, I'm sure we could tap in with Marv. You know, I'm sure we could tap in with Marv and have Marv set up something in Philly, Barnes and Nobles in Philly. You know what I'm saying? Even though I don't know what the time constraints are. Meaning, how long am I able to be in there doing the signing? You know what I'm saying? And how crazy can that get? You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, once I pop up, I'm going to want to go crazy. 5, 6, 7, 8 hours in there. Like, yo, what time y'all open? What time y'all open? What time y'all close? Yeah. Just outline what's the max? What can I do in here? But yeah, it'll just have to be whoever's at the place. You know what I'm saying? That's my idea. And then I really like the idea because there are Barnes and Nobles that are on college campuses. Typically, they're smaller, so I don't know if they hold book signings there. But if possible, that'd be a vibe. You know what I'm saying? I like to get into some of those as well. So. Yeah, definitely. But anyway, let's jump into this book real quick. See, now we can share the book again for real, not that StreamYard sharing. That StreamYard sharing is terrible. Because you can't do this. See what I'm saying? I can't do that. Like, that's how you make it big. All right. So the book opens up with a song. Right? The book opens up with a song, right? And throughout the book, we make some references to the song, right? Throughout the book, we make some references to the song. And also the title of today's live stream is in reference to some of the stuff that's in the book, right? Some of the concepts, particularly this relationship. It is the greatest love story ever. It is the greatest love story ever told in the world. The greatest love story ever told in the world. Right? The relationship of a proton and an electron. Right? The relationship of the proton and the electron created every single thing that we know of. Every single thing that we know of. And they still active. They still at it. They have created everything that we know of, and they are still at it. And that original relationship is here. Which caused me to have strife in science class right up until 7th grade, when I got a nice dark chocolate science teacher. Her name was Miss Waters. Woo! We was in love with Miss Waters. Man. All of the boys in the school, period. Everybody loved to go to Miss Waters' class, period. Her name was Miss Waters, right? But hydrogen, right? I always questioned this because from the very first discussions of atoms, we are told that atoms consist of electrons, protons, and a neutron. Well, in hydrogen, the hydrogen that makes up all of our water, the hydrogen that makes up our carbohydrates that our cells use for energy and all that, there is no neutron. There's no neutron. So for me, that was always questionable. Like, okay, so are you saying hydrogen is not an atom? And they're like, yes, hydrogen is the first atom. It's the most important atom. I'm like, blah, blah, blah. So if it's the first atom and it's the most important atom, then why isn't it the standard for what an atom is? And if it's the standard, then there's no need of a neutron. They're like, no, that's not how it works, because there are heavier forms of hydrogen that have a neutron and blah, 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 blah. So anyway, that was always something I argued with science teachers about, right? Because a hydrogen atom only has a proton and an electron. And it's this relationship that even allows our cells to work, let alone the fact that they created all of the other elements, all of the things that are made out of elements, right? Everything. Electric field, magnetic field, gravity, all those things can be traced back to this guy in one shape, form, or fashion. All those things, whether we're talking about electric fields, magnetic fields, or gravity, somehow they involve this guy. So there are little pockets of scientists that are actively trying to debunk some of these concepts because they all trace back to the electron, which means that they should be seen as manifestations of an electron or an electric field, as opposed to being seen separately, right? And what are you saying? Well, the main definition of gravity, which is evolving as people challenge it, was gravity is a force exerted by two bodies on one another, right? Or fields on one another, right? In order for you to have a body, though, you have to have electrons bonding, right? Electrons bonding form compounds and molecules. Everything that we consider to be matter is formed out of electron bonds, right? Or if you get into plasma, there's the electron bonds are almost non-existent, which defines plasma. So it's electrons that are really defining matter. And if matter defines gravity, then that means gravity is defined at some point by electrons, right? In terms of magnetism in two ways goes back to electrons, right? So when you have a bar, like an iron bar, inside the iron bar, what makes it magnetic is that all of its electrons are structured, right? Like a crystal. So when we talk about structured water or structured collagen, making your bones piezoelectric because they have the crystal lattice that regularly arranged, that's what happens in a magnet. The electrons are structured. They're all organized in a certain way, which allows them to have directional force. That directional force is what we interpret as being magnetic, right? And then an electric, but that's based on, again, electron organization, right? Magnetism. And then obviously a moving electric field generates a magnetic field, right? So then again, the magnetic field, like magnetism, is based on the electron, right? And the proton is so special and significant because the proton kind of like centers the electron. Proton provides gravity, provides a home, provides consistency, right? That's proton's claim to fame thus far, right? Protons are getting ready to be more, they're getting ready to get a little bit more love, right? Because as we learn about mitochondria, we're realizing that protons are just as important as electrons, right? When the electrons are moving through the chain sideways, protons are being funneled through each pigment. And then protons themselves, nothing to do with electrons, protons themselves actually power the ATP recycling, right? Protons do that, right? So there are a lot of molecular machines that are powered entirely by proton gradients or flows of protons, right? So proton and the word protonicity, like you have electricity, protonicity is going to become more popularly used, right? We just ahead the learning curve, right? But this relationship is the most important relationship in our known universe, period. There is no matter. There's no nothing without this relationship. So I was really writing a science song when I came up with this song. When I came up with this song, it was a science song. I was geeking out. I was doing a geek thing. I was geeking out with this. Let me go back to it. Let me go to it. All right, so people that don't know how to find the music, right? You go to Jed School, and then you go to the playlist. Normally, when you go to somebody's page, I believe it's on the home screen. So you just got to find this little menu, hit the playlist, jump over, and this is the song. This is the soundtrack for the book. Now, if you notice, it's 78 videos in there. Yesterday, I think it was something like 20 or 30. So clearly we added a bunch of new songs.
I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all begins. Your aura's electric. Your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't proton. Love's an electron. Your voice, it tickles my passion. No tricks, no slide, no placebo. When I'm tunneling through the night, your gravity feels so right. Every glance is a solar flare. I'm floating, but you're right there. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic, this is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron.
Yeah, why are you trolling me? Why are you trolling me? Yo, that's one of the best ones right there. I like that. That's top 5. That's top 3. That's tough right there. But check this out. Look, I was a little disturbed yesterday. Now I just found out something, right? So I was a little disturbed when we was doing the live because I went to Plant Genetics, and Plant Genetics had finally dropped out of the #1 spot for quantum chemistry. That was the longest period of time that I ever been #1 in new releases, because that was like a whole month or something like that. I didn't even think to look and find out who was the #1 book that took over. I didn't even think to look. The new #1 release in quantum chemistry. Let's go. So I beat me. I took me out of #1 in quantum chemistry. #1 and #2 new releases in quantum chemistry. That's what I'm talking about. That's crazy right there. Make America Love Again, #1. That's tough right there. Yeah, that's tough right there. The father of quantum chemistry. Uh-oh. Let's go. That might be a vibe right there. That's tough. I like that. That's tough right there. I like that. And shout out to Tyrese Thomas for the super chat. Peace to the GOAT family. Listen, y'all are the GOATs with these super chats. Y'all are the GOATs with these super chats. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all are the real GOATs with the super chats. We got to have those. Yeah. Yeah, Peyton might have started something with that. Let me write that over here. I mean, listen, we can't really say Peyton did it all by himself. We got to say Peyton is the father of that name and Amazon is the mother. They got me up there looking like the champ of quantum chemistry right now. That's crazy. That is tough right there. Now all we need that to do is somehow get into the bestseller list. That's what we need. We got to hit a bestseller on Amazon. We need a bestseller in 2026. We need an Amazon bestseller. That's when it's going to go crazy. Bam. Let's go with the triple O. Now we got the triple double. We got the triple double. Shout out to Peyton. Let's go with the triple double. That's what I'm talking about. Points, assists, rebounds. That's tough. That's crazy. If I have another baby, that would be fire right there. That would be tough right there to name my baby Quantum. Yeah, that's tough right there. I like that. I actually like that. Now, you speaking things into existence, D. What you know that I don't know? What you know that I don't know, sir? What is it that you know, D, that I don't know? Because you speaking things into existence. You trolling hard today. D Nice is trolling hard as possible today. Anyway, see, this is what happens in here, right? We start talking about love from scientific standpoint, and all of a sudden, D got me getting people pregnant. That's wow. D got me getting people pregnant. We talk about electrons and protons. All of a sudden, I'm getting people pregnant. What is going on with the cosines, though? This is crazy. The cosines is getting crazy. Y'all, wow. Y'all are very unruly today. Yeah, y'all clearly must not have any blue magic in y'all refrigerators. Y'all need to go to the website right now and get y'all some blue magic so we can ship that to your house. Y'all need to relax. Y'all need to relax.
You need a D, yeah. D with that blue.
Okay, you know what? That probably didn't help. I thought that was a moment to put in the blue magic plug, and then it started with the get the D. That we just gonna go back to work. That's what we're gonna do. We just gonna go right back to work because that wasn't the right time for that moment right there. That was not the right time. That was not the right time. Yo, Tyrese is super trolling. Y'all are super trolling. Y'all not a little trolling. Y'all are super trolling. Yeah, that wasn't it. I thought I was smooth. I thought I was smooth. You know what I'm saying? I thought I was like definitely going right into like a nice little smooth. What I should have did, this would have been way smoother. I should have just went like, boop. This would have been way smoother. Let me see what we got over here. Something over here would have been way smoother. Yeah. That right there was totally not. Especially with y'all already rabid today. Y'all are rabid, vicious. Y'all are vicious, rabid trollers today.
part of waking up. Blue magic in your cup. Blend it up. American healer. Fill it up, fill it up, fill it up. The best part of waking up. Blue magic in your cup. Moss gel, same was hydration, unspoken, conjures, crispers from the ocean, stay golden, gold moss, purple moss, red moss, blue, clean lungs like the morning dew, thyroid tune, iodine in the veins, boosting brain waves, no need to explain, intelligence sharp, immune on the rise, antioxidants dancing, phosphorus fly. Bone health, steady metabolism light. Every sip, every blend keeps the system tight. The best part of waking up. Blue magic in your cup. Blend it up. American healer. Fill it up, fill it up, fill it up. The best part of waking up. Blue magic in your cup. Roots so deep, they whisper to the stars. Oceans remedy bottled in jars. Natural balance, the healer's touch. Gold in the bloodstream, never too much. I dine for the genius, mind so nimble. Moss in the mix, it's more than a symbol. Every cell alive, rhythm in the blood. Sing Moss gospel, revival in the flood. From the sea to the soul it aligns, healing in the tides, energy in lines. Red moss hums, purple sings a tune, blue magic rising under crescent moon.
Yeah, see, that's what I was supposed to do. That's what I was supposed to do. That other song, you need that D. That was over the top. That wasn't it. That wasn't it. Low key, that Blue Magic video. Anyway, so we have the song, right? We have the song, and the book opens with the song, right? The book opens with the song, and we go through the song, right? Kind of just lay out the lyrics so you can have fun singing the song. You can sing along because now you got the lyrics, right? But when you look at the lyrics, you will see that we get a little bit more. I spent a little bit of time with my entendres, right? My entendres and my metaphors and getting this thing there together, right? Spent a little time with my entendres and my metaphors to get this thing together, right? So that'll come back later on, right? That'll come back later on, right? So we open with love as a wave function, right? Love as a wave function. Probability, phase, and shared oscillation. In physics, a wave function is one of the most misunderstood concepts because people instinctively want it to behave like an object, right? So remember earlier, we went through that little comparison between matter and mass, right? And mass being more about energy composition than matter. Matter, weirdly enough, being about mass composition. Matter is about mass composition, and mass composition is about energy composition. We wanted to point to a location, a substance, or a thing that could be held, but a wave function does none of that. It does not tell you where something is in the ordinary sense. Instead, it describes probability, phase, and potential interaction. It is a mathematical description of how a system can relate to other systems once interaction occurs. Now, if you ever been single as an adult, well, guess what? This is exactly how relationships are described. This is how relationships are described. And when they figured this out, they didn't like make it a note to let everybody know. What they did was just went straight to the bag. They went straight to generating billionaires. Period. So we lived in a world where there was no such thing as a singles dating website. Then all of a sudden there was dating websites. And the dating websites are based on these concepts, but just scaled out to people, right? Probability, phase, and potential interactions. So don't think that this is that far of a jump. These things are already being monetized. You're already being monetized with these concepts in social spaces without understanding that they come from chemistry. And if we had an understanding of how they work in chemistry, we would have a better understanding of how to take care of ourselves, because this is our metabolism, right? Our metabolism processes energy. Once you realize energy is information, you'll realize your metabolism processes information, right? Which is the reason why, again, Kemet was way ahead of us, right? Kemet was way ahead of us. What do you mean, Doc? Well, Kemet was way ahead of us because they had this thing set up, right? This is what they had set up. In Kemet, you have the Ib as the mind, right? Now, what validation do we have for that? Well, we now know that the mind is magnetic, and we also know now that the heart generates the largest magnetic field, right? So giving Kemet some scientific validation. But Kemet also has something else besides the Ib. They had this thing. Which is actually where the Bible concept of Eve coming from Adam's rib comes from, if you ask me, right? But they had the Ra'ib in Kemet. The Ra'ib is the combination of the stomach and the heart, right? And the stomach for the heart, right? Remember the Ra, right? Remember, that's how we started this conversation. The standing wave and the resonant wave cavity, right? The two hieroglyphs for this, right? Which also doubles as the mouth, right? So the mouth of the heart, the Ra'ib, the mouth of the heart, which is the larger digestive system combined with the heart. So a couple of things gave scientific validation here, right? The later on discovery that you have a load of neurons all throughout your digestive system, but now also the understanding that energy is information, right? And not only information, but the electric kind. And so there's a large electric relationship between your digestive system and your heart, right? And we kind of know that now with mitochondria a little bit better, right? So there is a whole bunch of scientific validation that we can grab or extrapolate from what Kemet laid down. See, y'all still trolling. Yeah, y'all trolling. That's terrible. Y'all are trolling still. I appreciate you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you, Paul. I appreciate you, Paul, for the maturity and the understanding. Okay, the maturity and the understanding. Right? I put a lot of time into these things, so that way, when you watch, there's lots of little nuggets in there. Yeah, there's little nuggets in there. Y'all just in full troll mode, all gas, no brakes. This is crazy. Tyrese been leading the pack today. He done did a super chat troll. Look at this. What is this? What is this? What is that? That is a trolling super chat. That is a troll. Oh my goodness. What are y'all doing? Y'all are trolling super hard. What Amdwat song?
In the beginning was the way was God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the way we raise injury, I'm the divine epiphany.
I love Dr. Enki. I love Dr. Enki.
Yo. American Healer. Talk to him. Hey, and I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Hormone jump, blood flow rush, brain work sharp, that steel cut hush. Muscle strength up, whole frame turn savage, sex magic in the cut, big fertility package. Heart disease back down, we block no plots, fibroid shrink, cancer rate drop, memory locked in cognition on 10, we healing in the world they play. Amen. Pure knowledge in the vein, this a new aesthetic, flip food and medicine, bioenergetic. Plan genetics, said it 3 times, let it say it. Plan genetics, hit the source. That's the real weapon. Get the book in your cart, that's a mission. Amazon move quick, instant transmission. I'm a mason in the lab, blueprint in the kitchen. Anabolic hormone help stay up, stay driven. Get the D in your day, keep your bones all sturdy. Get the blue magic in your body, glow skin purdy. Eat American Healer menu, every bite new sermon. Fork to the face, that's a lifestyle learning. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Soil to the cell, transformation from the plate to the brain, recalibration from the word to the world. Well.
Boom! Mike Carter came out of nowhere. Mike Carter came out of nowhere. Man, we needed somebody that's not. See, now look at Mike Carter came in as a responsible member of the community, right? He just came in with the mega super chat, and he just came to say something wholesome and nutritious to the group. Happy New Year's, family. Update you soon. Congrats to Paul. He ain't say nothing trolling. right? He ain't say nothing crazy. That's not actually a song though, Peyton. Let me just say about that. The Amduat song, that's not really like a song. I just made that to explain the anabolic hormone help from the website. So that song is really specifically just for the anabolic hormone help and the video, right? So the video of Ra combining with Osiris for photosynthesis and then showing the photosynthesis and how the plants produce energy, which converts into the plants producing pollen, which is the super ingredient in the anabolic hormone help, right? That's the key to the anabolic hormone help is plant pollens. But yeah, I haven't really added that as a song. I haven't thought of it like that as a song. I probably should just add it to the playlist. It might be in a playlist though. It might be in a playlist. But if not, I'm going to add it to the playlist and put it in there. I'll put it in the love playlist because it really is love. That's love that we get from our creator. You know what I'm saying? Nutrition is love from the creator. Biochemistry, so that's a divine kind of love. Yeah, so I probably should put them joints in the playlist. Yeah. But I know you like that song. You know what I'm saying? I know you like that song because you be asking me about that song. I didn't think about it in that capacity. Yeah, I did not think about it in that capacity. Let me see. Yeah, no. Interesting. That is interesting. Okay. Anyway, this is the new playlist, y'all. So y'all know what I'm over here looking at. The playlist goes with the book. All right. So back to live action. All right. So the wave function. What was we at? All right. This distinction matters. Oh, let's scroll back. Okay, that's where we was at. All right. Probability phase, potential interaction. It is a mathematical description of how a system can relate to other systems once interaction occurs. Right? So interaction amongst fields is feeling. Just saying. This distinction matters because it immediately changes how reality works at a fundamental level. The quantum scale, existence is not defined by position alone. It is defined by distributions, by likelihood spread across space, by oscillations that carry information long before anything collapses into a measurable event. The wave function is not a thing sitting somewhere. It is a state of possibility extended across a field. When we map this structure onto love, something important happens. Love stops being treated as an object people possess and starts being understood as a shared state that emerges between systems. Love, like a wave function, is not localized. You cannot point to a single place inside a person and say, that is where love resides at. You can observe expressions of it, behavior, words, physiological responses, but the phenomena itself is distributed. It exists across space, time, memory, expectation, and interaction. It is not stored like an object. It is sustained like a pattern. This immediately dissolves one of the most persistent misunderstandings about love, the idea that individuals contain love and then transfer it to others. That model fails almost immediately under scrutiny. If love were something you possessed internally, it would remain constant regardless of who you encounter. But lived experience shows the opposite. The same person can feel deeply connected in one relationship and emotionally inert in another relationship. Love clearly depends on interaction, not internal stockpiling. This is exactly how wave functions behave. Before interaction, it exists as a spread of potential. After interaction, certain possibilities are amplified while others are suppressed. Love is not fully realized in isolation. It becomes defined through relational contact. This leads to the idea of love as a distributed state. A distributed state is not owned by a single entity or a single component of a system. It emerges from the relationships between components. Full stop right there. Full stop right there. That is the reason why this book was almost named. It was just going to be part 2. Like it was just going to strictly just be part 2. It wasn't even going to have its own identity. It was just going to be the straight up part 2 of our Barnes and Noble's book, right? Because that right there, what I just read to you, defines what irreducible complexity is, right? Irreducible complexity relies on the fact that there is some form of emergence, an emergent property that comes from the parts working together or being assembled together. And so the parts being assembled or working together create an emergent property that does not exist in any of the individual parts themselves. It doesn't exist. This property only comes into existence when you put the parts together. That is the essence of irreducible complexity, right? So in many ways, this is still a part 2 of this book. So you need to have this book, right? But it grew its own identity. It grew its own identity, right? It grew its own identity, but it's still on the cover of the book. Nutrition is love from the, that's absolutely what it is. Because this is all a system of irreducible complexity. That's what life is. It's one big system of irreducible complexity. And that is the total opposite. That's literally, see, I know we're going through so much information. We haven't had time to really go through the Black's Anatomy books. But when we go through the Black's Anatomy books, we're going to lay this out in more detail. That's what I'm saying. These wave conversations and quantum chemistry conversations is required for us to go deeper in what we have already in terms of class. Because when you go back to reading the other books, you're going to see the books differently. Remember, you don't see with your eyes or hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. So as we broaden our horizons, our view changes. What we can see becomes expanded. So it's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy. But that right there explains quantum chemistry. and at the same time, irreducible complexity, right? Because all of these are systems. Every one of these systems, if one of them was gone, then it will collapse, right? Well, how would we have life on Earth if we didn't have an atmosphere? How would we have an atmosphere if we didn't have the magnetosphere? The magnetosphere and the atmosphere goes together. The atmosphere and the bodies of water and all that, they go together. The plants and the sun, everything goes together. Once you separate anything, the systems that depend on that for life die. And then the systems that depend on the thing that died die. And you just have a patchwork of like a domino effect of death on Earth once you start pulling systems, right? Because the plants can't survive without the animals can't survive without the plants for CO2 and oxygen exchange. Then once you grab one, now there's a whole bunch of other stuff, like it just boop, 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 boop. Within 7 days, if we start pulling systems from Earth, Earth will become Mars. Right? Because everything is dependent on something else. So it's one big system of emergent properties that happen because of the energy, well, I erased it, but the energy exchange of the different systems, right? But the thing is, energy is information. So if Earth is a big space, right? If Earth is a big space where you have a bunch of different parts exchanging information all the time, 2 + 2 = 4, right? Exchanging information is another way to say that. Processing information. So if Earth is a planet of information processing, that's intelligence. What are we doing? So anyway, what we did in that debate won't be fully unpacked for another 6 to 12 months. What we did in the debate with Unc won't be fully unpacked for another 6 to 12 months. It's going to take another 6 to 12 months to pull out all the information that I should put in that quick little 2 rounds, because really 2 rounds. I had to stuff as much information as I could in the first 2 rounds so that in the 3rd round, I could just like slap him around and focus on the debate. You know what I'm saying? But the first 2 rounds is, we went from quantum mechanics to biology to the math and living systems and how living systems are dependent, the heart construct, all we compacted all that into the first 2 rounds and then the last round, you know what I'm saying? So we'll be unpacking that for a good bit of time. Right? But anyway, so this idea, this leads to love, is the idea of a distributed state. A distributed state is not owned by a single component of a system. It emerges from the relationships between components. In physics, distributed states appear in fields, resonant cavities, right? Resonant cavities, and coherent wave systems. The energy or information does not belong to one point. It belongs to the pattern as a whole. That also defines what a holograph is. So for the people saying that this is a holographic universe, or what is these other group of people popping out now? What's the word with the S? Simulation. This is a simulation. Those are all built on Kemetic concepts as well. It's not different, right? Love operates the same way. It is not reducible to one person's feelings or intentions. It exists between people, shaped by timing, context, communication, shared attention, mutual responsiveness. Remove one component and the state changes or collapses entirely. This is not weakness, it is structure. Another crucial feature of a wave function is that it exists as potential until interaction. Nothing about a wave function is fully resolved until it encounters a measurement, a boundary, or another system. Prior to that, it holds multiple possible outcomes simultaneously. This is not meant to be vague or imaginary. It means it is underdetermined until contact occurs. Love behaves the same way. Attraction, affection, and connection can exist as latent potential long before anything explicit happens. Two people can occupy the same space for months or years with something unspoken, but very real present between them. The connection is not imaginary. It is simply uncollapsed. When interaction occurs, conversation, vulnerability, shared experience, the potential reorganizes and possibilities strengthen, right? Certain possibilities strengthen, others vanish. Okay, y'all know what it is right now. Time to get them push-ups in.
If you're interested in
Inky prayer number 2. We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light and our breath, and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fine olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the Jed pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter closes. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and our caves. Amen.
Okay. All right. This explains why love can feel sudden even when it has been building for a long time. What feels like an instant change is often the collapse of a long-standing wave of potential into a recognizable form. Once interaction begins, wave functions do something else that maps almost perfectly onto emotional experience. They interfere. Interference is what happens when waves overlap. Depending on their alignment, they can amplify each other or cancel each other out. It is one of the most basic behaviors of waves in any medium. In love, interference explains why connection is not guaranteed simply because two people are present. Emotional systems, cognitive habits, histories, aka baggage, and expectation all function like oscillators. When these oscillators align, interaction feels effortless. Everything flows smoothly. When they clash, even small exchanges are difficult, right? And I know you have people you done been through this with in your life in one shape, form, or fashion. Just to have a basic conversation seems mad difficult. Like, I can't do this. I can't do this. This is where the concept of amplitude becomes relevant. In physics, amplitude measures the strength or intensity of a wave. Higher amplitude means more energy carried by the oscillation. In love, emotional intensity functions in a similar way. Strong feelings correspond to high amplitude states. Deep excitement, longing, devotion, grief. Low amplitude states feel flat, distant, indifferent. Importantly, amplitude is not moral. High amplitude can be joyful or painful. Love does not guarantee comfort. It guarantees energy. This is why love often feels overwhelming. It is not calm by default. It is powerful by default, right? Later on in the book, I'm going to argue it is the most powerful force that we have, right? Even the fabric of energy. The fabric of energy. That's one of the things that I'm going to propose later on in the book. That when we're trying to figure out what it is, what is it? What is it? I think that's what it is. Right? I think that's what it is. Whatever that is that we want to, however we want to word that. Right? It is the standing wave between people, or people as standing waves. Right? When you quantify a person as an amalgamation of energy, which is where we get into the conversation about aura and vibe. Right? Aura and vibe. So I know y'all seen some of the music videos, and some of them look weird. Right? I know some of them look weird. Some of them are easier to understand, like immediately, as soon as you see them. And some of them is like, yeah, I know Inky will explain this at some point. I know Inky will explain this at some point, right? Let's go in there.
Touching all the time zones, Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi's on my mind when I'm alone. I'll settle low, go glow.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Like these videos.
Charged up, charged like a proton. Yeah. Heart in the sky, but my feet on the floor done. Whole lot of pressure, I just turn the mode on. Charged up, charged like a proton. Charged up, charged like a pro scan. Hate on my name, but it still get rolled on. Static in the brain, I just flip the code on. Charged up, charged like a proton. The more extorted me after he reported me. Bounce back flawlessly, talking like there's more with me. It's more with me, gorgeously. They thought.
So this what I'm so in these videos right here, that's kind of what I'm talking about. The ability to read energy. Right? And not necessarily in a weird kind of sense. Not in a chakra sense, right? Not in a chakra sense, but being able to walk into various situations and using your heart and your brain and your body's natural systems, right? It is very natural to be able to read a room. It's very natural to be able to feel a vibe, right? These are very natural because your body's designed that way. That's why we opened up this conversation with all of those different types of cells, right? We have mechanoreceptors, chemoreceptors, nociceptors, bone cells, pigment, melanocytes, opsins, this one, that one, right? Because your body is composed of a whole bunch of cells to interpret not just the energy around you, but the energy going through you. Not just the energy around you, but the energy going through you, right? And the energy in your body, right? We argue that that should be labeled separately as body waves, and right, and in respect to the nerves and how they function like their brothers or sisters, the neurons in the brain with brain waves, right? So when you see the video and you see homeboy with the diagnostics in his brain and his heart, that's what he's doing. He's just reading the room, right? Whether he's playing a basketball game or he's going into a business meeting, or whether he finds himself in a hotel room, possibly being compromised, you know what I'm saying? Or whether he's at a gambling table, you know, wherever he's at, whatever wild situation he's in, right? You need to be able to read the energy around you to figure out how to make your next move your best move, right? So that's kind of what that part of the, when you see those video scenes right there, that's what that is, right? That's what that is. That's him reading the room. And then there's other scenes where you have, you can kind of see the energy floating around and some other stuff. So I try to put the concepts from the book into the videos so that as we go through the book, or as you go through the book at the house, right? When you listening to the music, remember, the books are the food, the songs are the vitamins, right? So we have the classes to reinforce what's in the books. The books are the stars of the show, right? The music is there to help learning when you got to shut off that part of your brain from reading, because sometimes reading, you know, it's exhausting. So you got to close the book. Or you might have had a moment, because there's sometimes you reading the book and you have an epiphany, like you had that mindgasm, like, oh, that was crazy. In those moments when that happens to me, I close the book for a minute and I just let that radiate. Whatever that was, I just found out from whatever book I'm reading. When that moment happens, I just like, ooh, oh, that was crazy. And then I allow my mind to do whatever it wants to do with that new thing that I just found out or discovered, or just I give my mind some space. So in those moments, you can poop. You could turn on the music and have that doubling down, right? Because music creates memory in different parts of the brain. So when people experience Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, and they start to losing their memory, they retain music memory because music memory is happening somewhere else, right? Music memory is happening somewhere else. Well, it's accessed via a different part of the brain, right? It's accessed via a different part of the brain. So that part of the brain is still able to access the mind and grab information for music. So in our context, it makes your learning twice as fast when you have the book, but then you also have music to complement what it is that you're studying, right? So again, trivium, quadrivium, trivium, quadrivium, right? When we get Alzheimer's, right? And think about this. When we get Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and dementia, right? The grammar, the logic, and the rhetoric is what goes. I want you to think about that. The grammar, the logic, and the rhetoric goes. Whoop. The numbers, the math, the music, that stays. That's powerful right there. Because the trivium and quadrivium was broken down into lower and higher learning. Lower is all of the logical things, grammar, rhetoric. Higher learning was the numerical things, right? Number as arithmetic, number in space as geometry, number in time as music, and number in time and space as astronomy, right? So, yeah, there's that. So, yeah, that's what this is, though. All of these different scenes are just different scenes where you know, reading the room, right? Reading the room, trying to figure out your place in that play. What are you doing there? What are you doing there? You might even be someplace where you don't even supposed to be at. Get your butt from around there. Get your butt from around there. You might not even belong there, right? All right. So phase alignment, right? Phase alignment, even more critical. Two waves can have identical frequencies and amplitudes, but if they are out of phase, peaks meeting troughs instead of peaks, they will interfere destructively. In relationships, phase alignment shows up as timing, readiness, synchronization. Two people may care deeply about each other, but if their internal rhythms are misaligned, one seeking closeness while the other seeks distance, the connection gets strained. This is why being in sync is not just a phase, it describes a real structural alignment. When emotional phases match, communication flows. Silence feels safe instead of awkward. Presence feels nourishing instead of draining. When phases drift, even good intentions collide. Constructive interference. Constructive interference is what people usually describe as good chemistry. Flow, ease. Everything extends naturally. Time flies, right? Effort is minimal. Everything you do just works. In physics, constructive interference occurs when waves reinforce each other's peaks and troughs. In love, it occurs when emotional signals reinforce rather than compete. Destructive interference, on the other hand, it explains friction without villainizing the other party. Misunderstandings, chronic tension, emotional exhaustion. These arise not because somebody is wrong, but because oscillations are misaligned. One signal is canceling out another. Energy dissipates instead of accumulating. This model is powerful because it removes the need to reduce love to blame, possession, or identity. It allows love to be understood as a dynamic process rather than a static trait. Love strengthens when coherence increases. It weakens when interference dominates. This is not tragic, it's informational, right? Energy is information. Information is energy. How energy moves, how energy is translated is also how information moves and how information is translated. The same way we have a energy metabolism, right? You have a information metabolism, right? And this is another reason why we have certain things that just float around in the background that we haven't really put into place. Like sayings, like communication is 80% nonverbal. And you have people that wrote books on it, and they've capitalized on that concept by telling people that the 80% of communication that's nonverbal is based on where your eyes go. So if your eyes go this way, you're telling a lie. If your eyes go that way, you're making something up. If you cross your legs, you know, that kind of thing. And again, we have to realize we live in a world where everybody doesn't have the ability to metabolize every type of energy. Some of us are highly blessed and favored physically, and we may not be highly blessed and favored in terms of material wealth, right? And so in our minds, we're carrying a certain weight because we think life is just about the material side, right? And it's not, right? There are people that don't know what it is to have a dream. There are people that don't know what it is to feel music. Oh my God. I don't even know if there's a price that you can put on that. And I honestly believe this is why paintings are so expensive. Because paintings are something that you can look at and try to translate the artist's picture into other forms of feeling. right? So I think that is the intrinsic inherent value in painting, because a person is freeze framing emotion in the most easy translatable medium, right? But because if you can see, you can see. But the thing is, everybody doesn't even have the same vision. Everybody doesn't have the same depth of color. And even if you put two people side by side that have the exact same depth of color perception, the links to the centers of the brain are not the same, right? So for some people, color immediately creates an emotional response or a olfactory response or a sound response or a combination. It jogs a memory. It brings you somewhere, right? But that's not capable for somebody that doesn't have the ability to visualize things in their mind. So how can somebody who can't visualize in their mind have a full memory? They can't, because they can't even travel in time, right? Your memory allows you to time travel. You know what I'm saying? Like your physical body doesn't go with you, but your mind, you time travel. You can go back to the time of this and remember it exactly, right? Or at least as your mind recorded it, right? Some of your memories get shifted around, right? But you can go back in time, you can go forward, project yourself. You can do a lot if you can picture things in your mind, right? So my point is, anyway, that everybody doesn't have the same level of energy perception, right? And then even people that do have the same level of energy perception, even if all things are equal, some people come from cultures where they train the senses, right? They train the senses. So they have a heightened sense of awareness, right? They have, or maybe just they have a culture that is maybe geared towards empathy, where our culture is not geared towards empathy, especially where I came from, right? America in and of itself is not geared towards empathy. But when you come from more strained or stress-ridden, dense places where there's a lot of violence and drug use and all that, empathy is bred out of you, right? And that's what they talk about with like certain places where they try to get you out of the habit, like love is a weakness. It's not necessarily love that they're trying to get out of you. What they're trying to breed out of you is empathy. Empathy in certain environments is a weakness. Love is never a weakness, right? Because in the same place that may be hyper violent, where they might use the language and say love is a weakness, the highest ideal that they would hold in one of those types of environments is loyalty. But loyalty is a characteristic of love, right? But again, our society got it twisted. We got a lot going on. That's why in the Bronx, we had to invent the pause game, right? People don't understand. The pause game is about love. You know what I'm saying? People have reduced it to just being like a homophobic game, but it's not. The pause game is about love. It's about brotherly love and sisterly love, not necessarily the love between a man and a woman, but the love that friends are supposed to have. Because in our time period is where things changed, right? When I was a young man going from late teens into adulthood, that's when things started to get weird. And so you had to, we had to come up with something to provide some normalcy, right? But even today, a few decades later, we haven't went back to normalcy, right? The brotherly love has been manipulated, and sisterly love as well has been manipulated by some groups to make children feel like if they experience brotherly love or sisterly love, their gender is somehow, they try to catch them early. Like if you know what I'm saying? If you love other boys, something is up with you. your gender is different. You're not like everyone else. You may have body dysmorphia. No, it's okay to love other boys. It's okay for girls to love other girls. That's how you develop, right? That is a part of what your mirror neurons are for, right? And we drive that with the chemistry of love. We form bonds, right? And we idolize people, right? We idolize people, right? We look up to our big brother or the kid in our neighborhood who runs the fastest. I don't know. This is for boys, right? I'm sure girls is different, but it's the same, works the same way, right? We look up to that guy who runs the fastest, or who's the strongest, or who can knock down the most people playing football, or who can hit the most shots playing basketball, or who gets the most attention from girls, or who's the best fighter, or all of these different things. As we get older, that changes, right? Then we start looking at the guy with the jewelry and maybe the cars or whatever that is, right? And we want to emulate that, right? But that comes from a feeling of admiration. And a lot of people get killed, stabbed, shot, because we don't have a society anymore where we can express that in a positive sense. So it just turns into hate. It turns into sneak dissing. It turns into copying, stabbing in the back. And then in certain environments, it turns into violence, right? Same thing with the women. Women prison population is going through the roof. The women's prison population for violent crimes is going through the roof, right? So all of these concepts we kind of deal with in some form or fashion, you know what I'm saying? Because even just general courtesy, you know what I'm saying? You can't even compliment a guy on his outfit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, them joints is cold right there. You killed you. Yeah, you did that. He'd be like, hey, yo, he did what? Like, but the game was built to ensure that brotherly love and sisterly love could still continue to exist in an environment where things were changing. And it meant that if you admire your brother or your sister for whatever reason, you wanted to kiss them or you wanted to have sex with them, right? They added the sexual deviant piece into admiration, right? And it's like, nah, pause, bro. This ain't that. This is just this, right? But then the game grew over time. And in order to win and catch people out there, the game kind of got crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I was talking with one of my guys this morning about the pause. He was like, yo, the game has got out of control. I can't even say I'm going to the meat section in the supermarket without saying pause. You know, like, hey, yo. I said, well, it's context. Did you say you was going to the supermarket to grab some meat? Or did you say you was going to purchase? I'm just saying. Did you say you was going to grab some meat, or did you say you was going to purchase? Right? And what was the conversation before that? Was we discussing supermarkets and shopping and all that, or we sitting down watching the game and you like, yo, I gotta grab some meat? That's crazy. If we watching a football game or a basketball game and out of nowhere, you like, oh man, look at what time it is. Man, yeah, I gotta go run and grab this meat. That's definitely plausible. That is definitely crazy right there. You know, exactly. See, it get wild. It get wild. You see what I'm saying? Like it's definitely context is involved. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be. We got to figure that thing out. Like, yo, hold on. Now we talking like, oh man, yeah, I gotta go grab the groceries and woo woo woo. You know, I got to hit the supermarket later. I don't know. I probably got to get some bread and get some meat or whatever. And you putting it together like that, we straight. There's no pause there. You're not even going to get a side eye. But the context got to be there. If we just watching the game or we just watching, I don't know, whatever, listening to some music, and then out of nowhere, you just lead in with, yo, I got to go run and grab some meat. Everybody in the room is just going slow-mo. It's going to be like a slow motion moment where everybody's like, You have to grab some what?
Here.
I know, I seen you.
Okay.
Yeah, you see. Look at that. Look how crazy it got just that quick. Freudian slips. Yeah, see how it get wild? It get wild. It get wild. Come on. That's what we gotta deal with this. Nah, we no, we don't know what you mean. That is the problem. See, that's where the problem comes in. That's where the problem comes in. You know what I'm saying? Because see, it comes from the neighborhood, right? Because the neighborhood back in the days, right? The urban cities were so violent towards gay people, especially gay men, right? You had this culture of guys coming out of prison and they got girlfriends or baby moms or wives or whatever, and they on the down low. That's where they came up with this concept called on the down low. So everybody was like on the lookout for the on the down low brothers. Like who? Yeah, because hold up, you can't. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We in the crib, we playing games. You might be smoking, sharing cigarettes, sharing blunts, sharing a bong. You know, oh, yo, what drink you got? Oh, I got the cherry. Oh, you got the grape. Yeah, let me taste that grape. You passing cups. You know, you sharing drinks. Yeah. Now, when that concept of the down low brother hit, folks was like, hold up. So you saying if he got a cigarette and he's smoking a cigarette, and then I don't got no cigarettes, but I like cigarettes. So I asked him, let me get the other rest, because, you know, people will give you half their cigarette. So I get your half the cigarette. You telling me that right before that cigarette was on your lips, you went to grab some meat. Something else might have been on your lips. Yo, it's wild. It's wild out there. It's wild out there. So when the pause game came out, people stopped sharing. When the pause game came out, it wasn't just the pause game. It was people stopped sharing all the way around. So it wasn't just pause. People stopped sharing cigarettes, blunts, bongs, drinks, none of that. That's when the waterfall got popular. Like, yo, hold on. You can have some of my drink, but do not put it on your lips. Yeah, backwash was not what people was concerned with. Backwash was not the driving factor. He was like, yo, I don't know where your lips been. You could waterfall, because I don't know what's going on with you. You can't find you a cup. You got a waterfall, champ. You are not putting your lips on my drink. Period. Yeah. And then they started selling, like, for people that smoke, they start selling tips. You know what I'm saying? So you could have a tip that goes over it. So if somebody passed you something, you could put your personal thing on it, and then whoop, just all kinds of ways of not sharing. You know what I'm saying? But that translated into a society of numbness. And then you combine that with first-person shooter games, right? Where people are practicing killing people like all day and getting used to seeing people shot in the head and being rewarded for a headshot and blowing up the body parts and all kinds of stuff. It just translated to a society where empathy is rare. Instantly, people don't have the ability to feel for other people. You don't feel, you don't make a connection with what's happening to another person. So it's easy for you to do something to a person that you would not want to done to yourself. You would not want to done to yourself. You would not want to be done to yourself. Right? So it's and these are called social, these are those social programming or the psyops that people, you know, little things that are implanted in society over time to change how societies interact with one another, right? And all of that led up to electronic dating, electronic courting, and all of these other things. You know what I'm saying? Where people are more distant and not connected, right? See, I'm telling you, when you separate it to just the pause game, we forget all the other changes that took place between the 80s and the 90s that led, you know, that changed how things went. Oh, no, that's a fact. They ain't taking the words out, but they just saying if you say this, then you're going to get this penalty, or you'll get canceled, or you'll get fired, or you can get arrested, you know. So, yeah, that's a real thing. That is a real thing. All right. All right, we went crazy. Now, the model is powerful. Again, because it strengthens when coherence increases, weakens when interference dominates, right? This is informational. This is how information and energy works. People are information and energy processing units. The most important implication of this motif is that love behaves less like a thing and more like a shared oscillation. Oscillations require maintenance. They require boundaries, feedback, responsiveness. They can drift, or they can relock, or they can collapse, depending on specific conditions. No one owns an oscillation. You participate in it. This also explains why love can persist at a distance. A wave function does not vanish when systems separate spatially. It continues to encode probability and phase across space. Memories, expectations, emotional imprinting maintain the oscillation even when physical contact ends. Distance changes the boundary conditions, but it does not automatically erase the pattern. At the same time, this explains why neglect can dissolve love without overt conflict. Oscillations decay when energy input stops. Attention, communication, presence function as sustaining inputs. Remove them long enough and the amplitude drops. Understanding love this way does something subtle but important. It replaces romantic mystification with structural respect. Love is no longer reduced to fantasy nor stripped into chemistry alone. It is recognized as a complex, lawful phenomenon governed by alignment, timing, and interaction, just like waves in physics. This does not make love cold or mechanical. On the contrary, it reveals why love feels so alive. Oscillations are the language of living systems. Hearts beat, neurons fire, breath cycles. Meaning itself unfolds over time. Love belongs to this same family of processes. Seen through this lens, love is not something you find or lose like an object. It is something you enter, maintain, tune, and sometimes exit when coherence can no longer be sustained. People do not contain love, they create a field in which love can oscillate. And once you see that, the question stops being, do you have love, and becomes something much more precise. Are we in coherence? Right? Are we in coherence? All right. We cooking. We cooking. Now, for the people that just jumped in, we are over here. This is what we on right now. This is Amazon's new number one release. This is Amazon's new number one release in quantum chemistry. Let's go. W's in the chat. Right? Ooh-wee. New releases in quantum chemistry. Uh-oh, wait a minute. What is this? What is this? Yeah, a blood clot. This is the first time I touched this. So I don't know how many people bought this book yesterday, but the book only been up. So this is a 24-hour number. So in the last 24 hours, this is the second most selling book in quantum chemistry. That's crazy right there. That's crazy. Ooh, look where we at. Look where we at. That is crazy. Look at this. We number 30 over here. We number 30. Uh-oh. We number 2 and number 30 on the top sellers list. That's crazy right there. Now, check this out. This first book, we probably could have had this spot right here. But they got 3 different ways that this book is selling. So that means they doing paperback. What's that? The ebook, right? They doing Kindle, paperback, and hardcover, right? And we number 2 right behind them with just strictly paperback. Yeah, we on their bumper. Now, who's really going crazy? I can't front. This guy, Donald, right here is acting a fool. $133 and he in 3rd place. That's tough. That's tough. That is tough right there. That is tough. But both of these books have in common, the title says quantum chemistry. We don't have quantum chemistry on the cover of our book, and we still up in these streets. We still out here in these streets. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think I ever been up in no bestsellers list before, but that's only for 24 hours. I'm sure these books are probably older. Like, let's see this book. This book came out when? In 96. Oh my God. Yeah, these people probably don't even work no more. These people probably don't even work no more. To have a 30-year-old book as the number 1 bestseller, that's goals right there. That is goals right there. That is goals right there. But I'm going to enjoy my little 24 hours. That's crazy right there. That's tough right there. Yeah, we got to get y'all to buy some more copies of that. We got to get y'all to buy some more copies of that. We got to fight our way to the top. Yeah, we got to fight our way to the top. And then we got to move off that secular list. That's when we really cooking. Because you ain't got to sell that many books to be there. When you get on Amazon's bestseller list, that's when you really cooking. That's when you can take your feet off the gas. When you get onto the Amazon bestsellers list of all genres, of all, you know what I'm saying? Like that's when you cooking. But I'm gonna appreciate that moment as well. I'm gonna appreciate this New Year's. That's great. That's a great vibe for New Year. That is a great vibe for New Year. Even if for just a moment. You know what I'm saying? Like Kanye said, we're going to touch the sky. Even if we just touch the sky for a minute. Even if we just touch the sky for a minute. Right? All right. Blah, 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 blah. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's just start over. Love as resonance, right? How shared oscillations lock, amplify, and sustain. If love is a shared oscillation, distributed, probabilistic, and shaped by interference, then resonance explains why some oscillations stabilize while others fade. Resonance is not a different phenomenon from waves. It is what happens when waves meet the right conditions to reinforce themselves. In physics, resonance occurs when a system is driven at or near its natural frequency. Hold on.
In the beginning was the way was God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the way we raise injury, I'm the divine epiphany.
I love Dr. Enki. Dr. Enki. I love Dr. Enki.
Yo. American Healer. Talk to him. Hey, anybody, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anybody, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anybody, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anybody, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Hormone jump, blood flow rush, brain work sharp, that steel cut hush. Muscle strength up, whole frame turn savage, sex magic in the cut, big fertility package. Heart disease back down, we block no plots, fibroid shrink, cancer rate drop, memory locked in cognition on 10, we healing in the world they play. Amen. Pure knowledge in the vein, this a new aesthetic, flip food and medicine, bioenergetic. Plan genetics, said it 3 times, let it say it. Plan genetics, hit the source. That's the real weapon. Get the book in your cart, that's a mission. Amazon move quick, instant transmission. I'm a mason in the lab, blueprint in the kitchen. Anabolic hormone help stay up, stay driven. Get the D in your day, keep your bones all sturdy. Get the blue magic in your body, glow skin purdy. Eat American Healer menu, every bite, new sermon, fork to the face. That's a lifestyle learning. Anabolic, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anabolic, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Soil to the cell, transformation from the plate to the brain, recalibration from the word to the world, revelation, plant code in a blood, whole nation.
All right. Also, when you watch that video, right, when you get to the end or close to the end where you see the bee and the pollen, remember that bee is also Osiris, right? Remember that bee is also Osiris. Osiris doesn't really have like an animal form, right? He has the plants and then he also has the bee, right? So remember that's Osiris as well. You know what I'm saying? So Osiris in the beginning with Ra, but then Osiris is also at the end, right? So Osiris has those two. No. What I'm saying is, I definitely appreciate the moment. But what I'm saying is 30 years on the bestsellers list, because typically, if you have an audience, your audience, whenever you release it, that's when there's a buzz and whatever. But after that, the buzz drops. So when the buzz drops, that's when you know what your residuals will be for your, you know what I'm saying? So whatever those residuals are is what you kind of live off. Whatever you initially get in return is kind of for the energy you put out to make it. You know what I'm saying? So if you make $200, $300, $400, $1,000 when you initially drop the book, that will probably taper off into $20 a month. You know what I'm saying? But if you're able to maintain $500 or $1,000 a month on a book for 30 years, that's goals right there. That's goals, to be able to maintain $1,000 a month coming to you from a book you wrote 30 years ago. That's insane. But they probably have a vehicle. You know what I'm saying? So that book is probably on the top sellers list like that for that length of time because it's probably used in school somewhere. And so you probably have some colleges or high schools recommending that book or regularly repeat purchasing the book over and over. So that keeps an influx of customers buying the book. And then that gives whoever wrote the book the means and the reason to put out new volumes or new editions of the book maybe every 2 or 3 years or so. So they update it and put it back out and re-release it. Yeah, he was up there. So that's crazy. But anyway, all right. So we back to work, right? All right. So the key, resonance does not require pulling, or coercion. It just requires compatibility of frequency and structure, right? When applied to love, resonance explains experiences that otherwise feel mysterious or irrational, right? Instant familiarity, deep connection through closeness, relationships that energize rather than drain you, right? These are not anomalies. They are signatures of resonance. Some people feel instantly familiar. Now, here's the thing. This is a part of the reason why we have the concept of where people make distinction, family by blood, right? As opposed to family, right? Where you get to choose your family members versus the family you was born into, right? Because some people that are in your family, you just don't resonate with, or you grow out of resonance with. As you grow, your interests change, their interests change, the things they do change, the things you do change. And some people that you could have been best friends with, you wind up, because there's a thin line between love and hate, right? So at one time, best friends, then you can't stand to be in the same room together, right? And typically that's because of a choice between one or both parties to not identify with those original things anymore. Because just because we change and we start incorporating new people, things, and habits into our life doesn't mean we can't still tap into that old whatever that is, right? Because people form relationships around habits, right? You form relationships around habits, right? Most people form relationships around vice. Vices is the most habit-forming, friendship-making thing in the world, right? Your bad habits, right? So we usually lose people the moment we start to try to improve ourselves or improve our life. It's not necessarily anything wrong with the people or anything wrong with you. It's just the more you try to better yourself, we normally start with trying to eliminate one or more vices. Well, when you eliminate a vice, you're going to eliminate all the people associated with that vice. Because the people associated with that vice, once you try to cut it, they just turn from angels into demons. Those people just turn from angels into demons, period. You smoke weed, all of the people that smoke weed with you, oh my goodness, when you don't have no money and you fiending, ooh, that's what you need, is somebody to come through and spark you up. Oh my goodness. Because now your habit is deep into your body. Even though people don't consider weed a drug, weed regulates your appetite, your sex drive, your sleep, and everything. So if you... So if you don't have any money to support your habit, oh, you can't sleep, you can't eat, you don't want to be bothered. So now your mood is wild, you highly, irritable, you can't do anything good because you ain't. So now this person pull up on you, they got you a little bottle of drink, or they got you a cigarette, or they got you some weed or whatever. Oh, immediately, that's an angel. They done saved your whole day, your whole man. You can get back to work. You can call up whoever, or you're good now. You back to a human, right? On the flip side, the moment you decide to get rid of those things, they don't service you anymore. You're breaking those habits. Now, when that same person comes over with that same gift, you hate that person for that gift because you haven't really built up a strong tolerance yet. So you might have a day, 2 days, 3 days in quitting, and they come over and you, all right, well, I'm going to just start up again on Friday. We're going to go ahead, or I'm going to start up on Monday. I'm going to just go ahead for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, whatever. Then on Monday, it might be another 6 months to a year before you get the internal strength again. to get your life together, right? And it's not just because of the withdrawal you have to the substance, whatever it is. It's everything associated with that substance, right? Because you smoke, you got a whole group of friends that smoke. So now when y'all smoke, y'all usually go do this and go do that. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's going to whoever's house to watch battle raps or whatever it is you do. Maybe y'all playing Xbox, whatever it is you do, that cultural bonding, starting with the vice, is all associated with the vice. Because now you can't be in the room with everybody smoking and you're not smoking. You ain't built up that tolerance yet. You can't go to a nightclub if you just quitting liquor. Maybe you don't smoke. You trying to get rid of alcohol or something. You can't go to a bar. If you used to go out every weekend with your buddies and drink and now you quit drinking. Where you going? You can't go to the bar with them. They like, yo, come on here, drinks on me. All right, well, here, you quitting. Just have one then. Or matter of fact, just get a beer then. Here, let's get him a few beers. He quitting drinking. Like, no, I'm quitting drinking. I don't want a few beers. Like, what are we doing? Beer is the gateway drink, right? After 2-3 beers, you want a real drink. Let's go. High frequency TV. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's have an appreciation for the super chats moment. Let's have an appreciation for the super chats moment. Man. Let's have appreciation for the super chats moment. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's have appreciation for the super chats moment. D Nice, you started something today. D Nice, you started something today. So let's just appreciate everybody on the super chats. But yeah, so those things, you know, even if it's a certain eating habit, you know what I'm saying, where you get down on whatever, you know what I'm saying, like holidays just passed. If you no longer eating cheese because you just went vegan, cheese destroys your whole holiday. You don't even have a holiday. If you stop eating cheese, you don't even know what to do. You lost and you distraught. What are you doing? What, you ain't having no mac and cheese? People in your family looking at you like you an alien, like you just they're like, yeah, he like Gucci Man. They cloned him. That is not my cousin. That is not my nephew. That is not my grandson. Who is that? What do you mean you're not having none of my mac and cheese? You know we putting that mac and cheese this year? That mac and cheese got 8 cheeses in it. And we done put a little lobster tail in there. What you mean you're not? That got lobster tail and sausages in that mac and cheese right there. What do you mean you're not having none of that mac and cheese? Get that boy to play that macaroni and cheese. You better sit down and have you some of that mac and cheese, or you ain't not staying in my house. It might get crazy. It might get crazy. No mac and cheese, no lasagna. That's wild. No ranch. No ranch dressing, no blue mat. What is that? Not blue mat, blue cheese. You ain't all the football games. You've been having wings, 50 wings with the you know what I mean, with the hot sauce and the blue cheese. What you doing? You ain't having no chicken and no blue cheese. Where you going? All your rituals gotta reset. All your socializing gotta reset. You gotta figure out new things. Right? So first things first, you got to build up tolerance, because it's not just your habit of going to eat 50, 60 wings and whatever. It's the socializing. It's the connection. It's the bond that's shared over the vice, right? Because it's not just whatever we having, 50 wings with whatever, but it's the camaraderie. This is my group. This is my boys. This is... Yeah. How we going to the studio sober? What you mean? What you mean sober in the studio? Yeah, y'all can't be smoking in the studio because my PO. What? Well, you can't come to the studio. We going to the studio. We going to do what we've been doing in the studio. You shouldn't have got arrested. Yeah, you just can't go to the studio. Send us your verse on the email. Yeah, So anyway, I might be too colorful, but what I'm saying is there's a lot more to breaking habits, which is something people trying to do at this time of the year. There's a lot more to breaking habits than just the thing itself, right? So when I was in high school, I used to chain smoke cigarettes, right? For me, it wasn't just the cigarette. I had to replace my environment. You know what I'm saying? So for me to stop doing certain things, I had to start hanging out in a place. That's what Barnes and Nobles is always like you know what I'm saying? Like I have a certain reverence for Barnes and Nobles. You know what I'm saying? Because I hid in Barnes and Nobles and created me an environment in a space where the things that I was trying to get away from wasn't welcome, right? There's no weed in there. There's no cigarettes in there. And it's not even good to stink. Even though a lot of people do it, you can't really even stink like them items up in there. So it ain't even like you running outside every 5 minutes to do it and come back inside and all that. Then it's not that many seats in there. So if you're trying to sit in there and have a table and read books and all that and really, you know what I mean, make yourself at home, you got to hold that table down. If you get up longer than a bathroom break, when you come back, it's a wrap. Somebody got that table. Yeah. Somebody done got that table. It's over. Yeah. You're going to come back and see a family of 4 sitting at your table. So all of these are things that it may not seem like big or important, but these things all are how we bond, how we socialize, and how we take care of ourselves, our personal health. Our personal health is built around a lot of these vices, but a lot of times these vices, like sometimes there's a new category. Like people say, I'm a social smoker or I'm a social drinker, right? Because they've been able to get the vices down out of their life, except for when they move around with other people. They're not strong enough to be in those same places and enjoy the company and enjoy the people without indulging in the vice. And it takes time. It takes time. You can't be around cigarettes immediately. You can't be around weed immediately or liquor immediately or even pastry, right? Because if you're trying to get rid of sugar, help you, Jesus. Jesus, take the wheel. Sugar is the nastiest customer of them all. You cannot get rid of sugar. Sugar is the hardest to get rid of. Yeah, because your body's hardwired for it. So you can't even attempt to get rid of sugar. What you got to do with sugar is like responsible drinking and driving. You got a responsible sugar now. That's what you got to do. You got to go from processed sugar to responsible sugar, right? Because remember, carbohydrate is sugar, right? We just watched a little video, right? Anabolic, not for profit, not for profit. You know, we got it, right? So photosynthesis creates sugar. Sugar, your body's designed for that. The Krebs cycle, your body's designed for that. So biochemists take advantage of that. And sugar directly impacts dopamine release. So it directly impacts your ability to socialize and relate to others. You know, so yeah. Oh, see, the chat done went crazy. Yeah. Come on now. See, y'all know all about all this. Y'all know all about all this. You cannot listen. That's vegan 101. Okay, you're not a vegan. You're not even a vegetarian if you don't know that you can't eat no greens throughout the holidays. You are not a vegan or a vegetarian until you learn. Hold on, let me see if I can find this there. This because a lot of people sent me this video clip. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Now watch this.
Boy, I ain't know. Nah, you a terrible motherfucker, bro. Motherfucker good at something too, ain't gonna. You see what you been missing, my boy? Nah, I ain't been missing. You see what you been missing, my boy? I picked the meat out.
Man, that nigga,
do you have to have a ham for Thanksgiving? Hell, I don't eat pork.
We don't eat pork around there.
Yes, the fuck you do. No, I don't. You just ate them great. They pork in there? They had ham out in there. For real, bro? They had ham out in there, bro. Count, bro. I don't know. I don't eat. Why you ain't say that? That was. I thought you started eating pork. I ain't know. Nah, you a terrible motherfucker, bro. Motherfucker good at something too. I ain't gonna. Motherfucker good. You see what you been missing, my boy? Nah, I ain't been missing. You see what you been missing, my boy? I picked the meat out.
That's number one. That's 101. You got to know, like, if you go vegan, you go vegetarian. If you even on the old, you know what I'm saying? Like, you on the basic transition. You like, yo, okay, we starting with no red meat. We cutting out red meat. Or you on your Nation of Islam, you know, we don't eat no pork. I'm Muslim, whatever. You cannot eat no greens over the holidays. You can't eat no greens over the holidays, and you can't get no greens from the supermarket or no restaurants. You can't get no greens nowhere unless you made them greens or you know who making them greens. You cannot trust no greens. You can't even trust your mama. You can't even trust your mama. That's like the worst culprit. Don't go to your mama, your grand. Definitely don't. Listen, you can't trust your mama. But granny, I'm a blood clot thing that. Listen, granny house is the worst. You going down. Granny gonna get you on purpose. That boy think he ain't gonna eat these pork. Watch how I season this thing. Tell you, you cannot go to no family places and have no greens. They're gonna violate the greens immediately. Now think about that. Think about that consciously. Where do we get these concepts where they got to violate the most nutritious thing in the whole program? That get the worst violation. We're gonna put the pork in the greens. That's crazy. That's wild. We're gonna put the pork in the greens. And homeboy is so confused. He talking about, oh yeah, well, whatever that meat was, I put it on the side. What? No. That's the same as you being a vegan and you having an intimate relationship with a non-vegan. Once y'all done kissed kissy kisses and did whatever, the other body parts and all that, y'all done exchanged whatever y'all eating. You done ate whatever. Yeah. You done had whatever. Yeah, you done drank all them fluids and all that is seasoned with. It might as well be it might well be broth. It might as well be broth. Yeah. Your man or your lady's bodily fluids is broth. Chicken broth, beef broth, pork broth. Listen, it just depends on how far you want to go with it. It just depends on how far you want to go with it. Listen, we don't press people over here anymore. That was my younger days. My thing now is to focus on pigment and fiber, right? It don't matter whether you getting in whatever you eat. If you eating pork rinds and Pepsi, if you having pork rinds with Pepsi for breakfast versus somebody having a smoothie and a salad for breakfast, depending on how much fiber and pigment accompanies the pork rinds and the Pepsi, you might still have a healthier breakfast than somebody with a smoothie and a salad. These are only facts. And that's where things get complicated because people have smoothies and those smoothies have more sugar in it than the Pepsi. The smoothie got more, they got dates, they got maple syrup, they got mango slice, they got that smoothie is crazy. They done blended diabetes up. Yeah, they getting ready to have a happy, yeah, they done blended diabetes up in that blender. That blender is full of diabetes. Yeah. Then on top of that, the salad might be wow. They might put a half a bottle of salad dressing on that joint. They might put a half a bottle of salad dressing, cheap dressing at that. They're not gonna be top shelf. Yeah, because dressing is very expensive. In order to get high quality dressing costs more than salad. Yo.
I don't know. I think she just went back downstairs.
I think that's her phone.
It's on Indy.
So last time, what's up?
Dad said what's up.
Speaking of timing, this is my residual leftover from Chase post-practice smoothie. From Chase's post-practice smoothie. Can we diet the truth? That's crazy. Is there such thing as too much truth at one time? That is an absolute fact. That's what I was kind of hinting at the other day when I put up, energy metabolism is information metabolism. So by saying black folks have a problem with energy metabolism, is saying, just saying. And it's bigger than just black folks. It's a culture, right? It's a culture. We just at the bottom of the food chain. Us and maybe, actually, we might not even be at the bottom of the food chain. I got to check the 2026 statistics. I believe Native Americans have taken over type 2 diabetes. I believe Native Americans may have taken over type 2 diabetes. I'm not sure if we still the all-time reigning champs of diabetes. We might be the Michael Jordans of diabetes, but I believe the Native Americans are, in fact, the LeBron James of diabetes. I believe they have the most scoring. They have scored. They are the scoring title champions of all times right now. I think they might have taken over. So I got to check those numbers. Yeah, Native Americans got it bad because Native Americans got. See, this is the conversation I was having maybe yesterday or the day before, where I was talking about the relationship of drug habits to sugar use. And a lot of those Native American reservoirs or reserves, I think it's reserve. But they have real bad drug problems. They got real bad drug problems because if you can sell drugs to the Native Americans, that's a gold mine. That's a gold mine. It don't matter what the drug is because remember, there's certain rules and laws that just make it more difficult for you to be caught selling drugs on an Indian reservation. You know what I'm saying? Because you on the reservation, you kind of locked in to where. So, yeah, but they got sugar problems. They got a lot of wild stuff going on. Yeah. Anybody that knows about the reservations, it's wow. It's wow on the Indian reservations. It's wow out there. It's like the 80s. It's like the 80s. You know what I'm saying? Like drugs move in waves. So back in the 80s, crack in the cities was crazy. But then crack started to clean up a little bit. And in the 90s, it moved to the suburbs. So everybody that was trying to hustle and sell drugs throughout the 90s and the early 2000s, they was trying to find a white neighborhood to go sell drugs in. As opposed to when it initially started, you was trying to find a black neighborhood to sell drugs in. Now it has moved from blacks to white folks to Native Americans. Native American neighborhoods. It's crazy how this thing go, but that's how it went down. So Native American, and they that's a much more difficult problem to figure out because again, it ain't integrated like how it is with the regular city. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't just the neighborhood. So if you're in the suburbs, you get you a few more sheriffs. You know, you can figure some stuff out. You in the city, you could just double, triple up on stop and frisk, and you know, you put some stuff in place, and you know, things will not disappear, but things will kind of calm down. You know what I'm saying? The reservation, whoo, it's wow. It's wow. And wherever the drug problem goes up, diabetes problem goes up. Because diabetes is the alternate. When they're not high, they on sugar. And they on sugar until they can get back high. And they just... And then sometimes when they get high, they crave sugar. So they might be also on the sugar while they're high. So sugar is all over the place. Sugar is splashing around everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy. All right. Where we at? Where we at? We need some music. We need a break. We need a break, right? We need a break. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Here we go.
Charged up, charge like a proton. Charged up, charge like a proton. Charged up, charge like a proton. Charge like a proton. You failed the test. Red light. Cold sweat on your chest. You failed a lie detector. Your oil's electric. Your magnetic, we wavy. Other platform. Follow that norm. Hater boy. 40 years like nature boy. 40 years like nature boy. Don't play with the nature. Young fat electric. Mind on the stretcher, I bet you. Think twice if you follow polite. Think twice if you seen that hype. Third eye got 'em scared of the sight. I was just there to give me the light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels alright. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels alright. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Close range, but I'm here from afar. One hole in the back of the car. Check code, every digit, every scar. Hurt scan, ready to shadow where you are. Big step with the clips on the belt. Gold dust on the book on the shelf. If you knew what your silently spelled, you would never learn program yourself. On the glitch in the script, I revoke. On the truth that they thought they could vote. Try to keep what was made out of votes. I just fade to the wall like a ghost. Quantum tunneling through night. Gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light. Charged up, charge like a proton, yeah. Hard in the sky, but my feet on the floor, yeah. Whole lot of pressure, I just turn the mode on.
Okay, hold up. Paul said something. Paul said something, right? Now, this is interesting because it just goes back to, and this for me, I'm not sure where anybody else may have got interested or introduced to the conversation, but I have first heard of these concepts with listening to Dr. Richard King. This is when I was way younger. Dr. Richard King was talking about how cocaine and crack target the melanin system. And then later on, Dr. Africa went into it. And I don't know, somehow people thought that was only a conversation that Black people needed to listen to. Right? That just showed like everybody has neuromelanin. And neuromelanin doesn't have anything to do with your skin, what color your skin is. Right? Everybody has neuromelanin. You know what I'm saying? And so you got to remember, whenever you hear or you read or you see that drugs target the dopamine reward system in the brain, that dopamine system is the neuromelanin system. The dopamine system is the neuromelanin system. Right? That's why we got a book on it. Right? We have a book on it. Who knows where it is, though? Okay. So I don't know where it is. Oh, there goes the copy. Don't be looking at it. Bam. The Dope Game book. The Dope Game book. If you do not have this book, you need to have this book. Right? You need to have this book. We go very deeply into some of these concepts. Very deeply into some of these concepts. So, yeah, man.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise my name. Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. A stillness so perfect it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
That might not even get done. Nah. Nope.
What about Capri Sun?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Nope. Stop trolling.
I'm gonna make dinner.
Do that. Yo, that's our song, the Beatles. That's our song. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Some people feel instantly familiar, not because of destiny or fantasy, but because their internal oscillations align quickly. Emotional rhythms, conversational pacing, attention focus, humor, values, and even silence fall into sync with minimal adjustment. The system locks almost immediately. This is not coincidence, it is rapid resonance. In physics, certain systems are designed by structure alone to resonate easily. A tuning fork, for example, responds strongly only to a narrow band of frequencies. Strike a matching fork across the room, and the second fork begins vibrating without contact. No energy is transferred through force. The information is carried through the air as a wave, and the receiving system responds because it is already tuned to that frequency. That is literally how people work. That is literally how minds work. That is how spines work. We resonate with one another. We resonate with one another. So we automatically organize ourselves based on what we resonate with. That is literally how we resonate. Tell them, Jack. Come on, man. You got to tell these people. They still don't listen.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon. Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon. Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon.
Yeah, come on, all that. Do all them things right there. Share the video. Copy the URL. Put it onto your Facebook. Your this, that. If you're on Twitter, hit the repost. That's like the super easiest thing to do. Yeah. Yo, Jack, you wasn't here earlier. Jack, you wasn't here earlier, Jack. So you get a pass. But this right here, this line could be very plausible. This line could be very plausible, but it's within context. So in the context of our conversation, Jack is good. But just saying, that could be crazy. Making spines go happy mode could be wow. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, making spines go happy mode could be wow. You know what I'm saying? All right. In physics. Yeah. Jack, because it was in context. Remember, it's in context. Context is everything. Context is everything. It was in context. I opened the door with the tuning fork and music and waves and resonance. So Jack was just letting folks know that the bass guitar put that work in it. And that's a fact. That bass guitar is something dangerous. We used to have to pay a guy $20 an hour to come to the studio to the engineer, my first studio engineer, he had a studio by Central Park on 110th Street, right across from Central Park. His name was Al. Al was an engineer for Ready to Die, Biggie's first album. You know what I'm saying? So Al had a lot of connects. And it was at the time, this is expensive for me. You know what I'm saying? Me and my little crew, because we young. This is 13 years old, maybe 14 years old. Early studio, no, maybe a little bit older. Yeah, maybe 14 into 15. Right? But yeah, we was going to Al's studio, and bad enough we had to pay Al for the studio. I think it was $20 an hour for the studio. And then another $25 or another $30. Yeah, it was like, no, it was $25 an hour for the studio. And then $25 an hour for Al to engineer your studio session. So technically you had $50 an hour. Then if you need anything more than that, it's probably like another $20, $25 an hour. So we used to have a bass guitarist come in with the big joint, you know what I'm saying? Pause. He used to come in with the big joint and play like right off the, you know what I'm saying? And then Al would put that in the computer and then he'd sample that into a bass line, but it came off the live, you know what I'm saying, guitar. So it'd be crazy. Yeah, it'd be crazy. Like just off the rip. We had a live guitarist come in there and he'd stay with us for an hour or two. Boom. And then we'll get like a certain amount of riffs. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but probably Jack, obviously, but anybody else, I don't know if you know about the riffs, you know what I'm saying? But we'll get like a few riffs out of them within an hour or two and then turn that into some stuff. All right. In physics, certain systems are designed by structure alone to resonate easily. A tuning fork, for example, responds strongly only to a narrow band of frequencies. You know what else is funny about that? It's going to be hard for me to read this line and move on because there's so much in that, right? But think about the entire electromagnetic spectrum and think about the tiny little part that we actually get to interpret. That fits. right? That fits. Right? In physics, certain systems are designed by structure alone to resonate easily. A tuning fork, for example, responds strongly only to a narrow band of frequencies. Strike a matching fork across the room and a second fork begins to vibrate without contact. No energy is transferred through force. The information is carried through the air as a wave, and the receiving system responds because it is already tuned to that frequency. Love works the same way. No one makes themselves resonate with someone else through effort alone. Effort can simulate closeness, but it can't produce resonance. Resonance occurs when two systems are already compatible at multiple levels and simply need exposure to activate. This is why some bonds grow stronger with proximity. In non-resonant systems, closeness increases friction, right? So in systems that are not aligned, the closer they get, the more friction pops off, the more volatile it is. Energy is lost through constant correction, misunderstanding, and emotional buffering. In resonant systems, proximity increases coherence. Shared time allows oscillations to synchronize more tightly. Feedback loops shorten. Misalignments self-correct instead of escalating. Energy accumulates instead of draining. Resonance explains why love deepens, not through dramatic gestures, but through shared rhythm. Routines, conversation, mutual attention, parallel growth. These are not romantic trivialities. They are frequency matching mechanisms. To understand this fully, it's important to distinguish resonance from attraction. Attraction is directional. It pulls attention towards something. Resonance is reciprocal. Both systems respond and reinforce each other. Attraction can exist without resonance, but resonance cannot exist without mutual responsiveness. This distinction matters because many relationships fail when attraction is mistaken for resonance. Attraction says, I want you. Resonance says, we oscillate well together. We want each other. This is why some relationships feel exciting but unstable. The attraction is strong, but the frequencies are mismatched. Energy spikes, then crashes. In physics, this happens when a system is driven at a frequency far from its natural resonance. Energy input increases motion temporarily, but dissipation soon dominates. The system heats up, distorts, or breaks. Resonant love, by contrast, feels sustainable. It may not always feel dramatic. It just feels right. There's a sense of ease during challenge because the underlying oscillation remains intact, right? That's how you weather the storm. Conflict becomes modulation rather than disruption. Resonance also explains why some relationships amplify growth instead of draining. In resonant systems, energy added to one part of the system distributes efficiently across the whole system. Growth in one partner does not threaten the other. It strengthens the shared field. New skills, insight, emotional capacities propagate rather than destabilize. In a non-resonant system, growth creates imbalance. One system shifts frequency while the other resists or remains fixed. The shared oscillation fractures. What once was felt connected now feels strained. This is often misinterpreted as incompatibility emerging over time, when in reality, it is resonance failing to track change.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over. Spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over. Rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over. Rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.